Hello, everybody, and welcome. I did the thing where I forgot to mute myself in between. I did the thing where I forgot to mute myself listening to, so there was just like a constant other people just hearing myself. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Kobold Press's Kobold for Wishes charity stream, where we also happy Halloween, Ghosts and Goblins. We are raising money today for the Make-A-Wish Foundation International. I am being joined by a bunch of wonderful people here today in order to raise money for what is an amazing cause. The Make-A-Wish International has a mission to grant the wish of every eligible child. Being able to focus on their wish and not their illness gives Being able to focus on their wish and not their illness gives wish children and their families hope for the future. Wishes provide positive mental and physical health benefits to a child. We are committed to giving this joy and strength to every child around the world who is living with a critical illness. The Make-A-Wish International grants wishes in over 50 countries around the world, ensuring that the hope of a wish is never far away. Sorry, I'm just getting myself ready and prepared as, we do what we can to be able to make sure that, I'm sorry. I'm a little frazzled. My computer, I accidentally unplugged my computer 2 minutes before we were supposed to start.
But Kendo was laser focused. I think we can all immediately. I literally didn't even notice that Kendo was gone before Kendo already logged back in and was talking to us and be like, "Hey guys, here's the problem. I know it's happening. I'm fixing it. Don't worry about it. We're on track." So frazzled may be true, but not an ounce of unprofessionalism throughout the whole process.
You know what? I appreciate your support and your willingness to work with me through the terrible tech things that happen to us. But you know what? We're just going to jump right into it. Hi, my name is Kendrick or Kendo, whichever you prefer. I use they, he pronouns, and I am your dungeon master for today. But it's not about me. No. It is about the wonderful group of people we find ourselves with here today. Joe, tell us a little bit. Tell the people about yourself and who you're playing today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Josephine. I'm at Scary Dog Friend. I'll be playing Lavinia, she, her, a Farseer sorcerer, a Kobold Press subclass of the sorcerer. And we'll have many fun, cool, specific Kobold Press spells as well. And the fun thing about the Farseer sorcerer is that I can also use cleric and wizard spells, specifically the conjuration and divination ones. And I am a Hexblood, and this is my son. He won't be part of the show, but I just wanted to let you know.
Oh, darn it.
Just wanted to let you know.
Just adding some ambiance.
Yeah. Stella.
Hi, hello. I'm Stella Luna on Twitch, Stella Luna TV on all other social media. I'm a TTRPG producer and performer. Today, I will be playing Shy, they, she pronouns. Shy is a satyr using the Kobold Press subclass of Prescient Knight, which is a fighter subclass. Gets to mix in a bit of magic and echo abilities as a martial class. Very cool. And I'm also using the Fey hostage background, which is Kobold Press as well.
Amazing.
My character is hella in love with Lavinia, and it's very one-sided. So it's going to be very fun. Yeah.
Very one-sided.
We had a lot of fun in character creation, you guys. It was
so
time. It was very good.
Yes. Lexi, tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Lexi, otherwise known as @BlackGirlMage on Twitter and Twitch, and today I'm going to be playing. Oh my gosh, what is my full name? My full name is Vehelda Minara, but you can call me Minnie. I'm an old lady, and I'm an Owlin. I'm a long-haired whisker Owlin. I'm a little wild, and I'm one part of a coven that used to be 3. Now we're just 2. So I'm gonna toss it to the second part of our coven.
That would be me. I am Nathan. Out of the fiction, I am Nathan. I use he/him pronouns. I am best known of playing over at Reckless Attack, but today I am playing Mereletta Vexx, who uses she/her pronouns. Excuse me. Who is a Kenku witch, and that is the Kobold Press witch. For those of you who are following along at home, which is also just filled to the brim with amazing Kobold Press. Like class features and spells and backgrounds and all kinds of stuff. And as Lexi said, I am the second part of a coven that was, we'll say, recently dissolved on very mutual terms, where, different directions, different priorities, that kind of thing. And, those sorts of bonds, they're not built to last, right? There's no like blood oaths that are sworn or anything like that. And we're doing great. Thank you. We're doing great.
Everything is fine.
I also forgot to say that I'm an Annihilation Paladin, which is absolutely that's from Kobold Press. It has some really juicy, violent things in it, so I'm excited about that.
Yes. I'm
coming from an old lady.
Look, when I was putting this cast together, I didn't realize I accidentally casted a bunch of people who were already fans of Kobold Press. So it was super fun to be able to like just dig through books and be like, "Ooh, what cool stuff can we pull out from all of this?" And I also pulled some things out myself. So we will get into it. But
I'm not afraid of you.
You don't have to be afraid of me. You just have to be afraid of the world I build.
As your tank, please be a little afraid. Please. Please.
You should read my flaw, Stella.
Oh no. Oh
no. Oh no. Let's see. Is there anything else? Oh yes. So there's a big QR code, as you can see on the overlay, and also if you type in the chat !charity, you can find the link to the Tiltify where we are using to raise money today for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Please, if you have the ability and the willingness to, please donate and or share it with other people and ask for them to donate as well. It is an amazing cause, and the more ability that we have to give, the more the more it helps people. Now, there are, of course, some incentives today to perhaps, grease the wheels a little bit. Make it maybe a little bit more worth your while to give to charity. If you were to donate $25, you are giving me, the DM, the power to invoke one of the many fears our players have given me during our character creation, and I will weave it into our narrative, weave it into our scene, and make things just that much spookier for our friends here. Now, if you were to donate $50 or more, you can instead give our PCs inspiration, or one of them inspiration, giving them just a little bit more hope to fight against the horrors I am waiting to rain down upon them. Now, if you're feeling incredibly generous in giving, if you donate $100 or more, you instead give me, the DM, inspiration to use against our players. Now, really, you can try to make really, it's your choice, Do you want the PCs to be scared, or do you want them to be able to fight back against the horrors that I'm going to give them? Up to you. Oh, got it. Sorry, I was checking something in the thing and making sure something wasn't wrong. Okay, now, without further ado, I believe it is, and if everyone is ready, we can begin our trek into the burning house of Allassane. The four of you, travelers, wanderers, mercenaries, witches, and people from beyond, have found yourself on this mortal plane. And in your travels trying to find the weird, spooky, and otherwise unexplained, you've come across a call for help, so to say. A call from help from a rather wealthy family known as the Allassane family. A letter posted on a bulletin board in the middle of a town somewhere stating, "Help, dear travelers, adventurers, and those who have experience with the unnatural. Our dearest son, Akachi, has disappeared. And, well, though he had returned, things are strange now. Something has possessed our dear son, and we are and look for those who could perhaps find a way to undo or get rid of whatever it is that seems to be possessing our son." And so, having heard the call, and assumingly having followed the call, you all make your way to the nearby village to this house, to this great family's home, the village of Vesamine. How do you all travel, by the way? Do you all travel, just walk? Do you all take a carriage? What is the means in which the four of you make your way around this world?
I don't think that me or Merle could carry. Don't think that they, like, our compatriots would want to be carried. So I feel like we just toddle, like, we jump from tree to tree above our compatriots as we travel from one place to the other.
Can y'all fly?
I think we can glide.
I cannot.
Oh,
that's a choice. That's because I find
glide.
it undignified to use my regular winged appendages to fly. That's not how witches do things, no.
I don't care anymore. When you get to a certain age, nothing really matters.
We walk.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
We just fucking walk.
I think so too. I think it's just the weirdest stroll for anyone to come across.
Okay.
3 levels of strolling. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
I'm strolling behind Lavinia, probably offering to hold any and all of their baggage, supplies, whatever they need.
You are already holding my explorer's pack and a 2-person tent. Thank you so much.
Of course. Carry your burdens anytime.
Will you carry our burdens?
Particularly
just
heavy.
asking.
You know, my pack is pretty, and I'm supposed to be silent. You can hear me coming a mile away because my things are so heavy.
Yes. I suppose I can carry a little more.
No.
And I just don't care to
No,
carry mine.
I can't.
I see you always do as you're told. Okay. It's fine. I can carry whatever I want.
So as the four of you are debating who is going to carry whose baggage, or I guess specifically if Shy is going to carry more people's baggage, eventually you all find your way to this village. Now, this village is set upon a river right alongside of it. It is not the largest village, but it's not small. It probably has a population somewhere between like 100, 200 people, right? It's primarily a farming village. The houses are primarily made of like wooden, like not shacks, but like they're small, like 1-story wooden homes, very quaint, simple clay tile roofs. Really, the biggest thing in this village is out, even from like as you all are approaching this village, you all can see far past it, like further, like you would have to pass the village to be able to get to it. A little bit on kind of this hillside off of the river is this silhouette of a mansion on a hill past the village, surrounded by this forest of trees that are lower on the hill that kind of surround it. It is this very ominous looking mansion as the sun is getting lower in the day, as you all have traveled most of this day, and as dusk is approaching, you all find yourself to this humble little village where is your first stop before you make it to the grand house.
Seems we've arrived here at Vesemine. Any stops that we should make?
Well, before we go anywhere, I'd like everyone, and this is the actual real character voice that I'm using, not when I was razzing everyone earlier. Please, can we all, before we go any further, let's just all share a nice cup of tea. Wouldn't you say that could be a nice way to enter into a new place? I always say it's a good fortifying tea is a great way to make a good first impression.
Sort of gesturing, everyone will notice Lavinia sort of like doll-like joints. Gesturing to the two, Minnie and Mereletta, in her like deadpan voice, the two of you didn't need to come.
What do you mean?
I mean, of course we didn't need to come. We go where we choose to go.
And we choose to not only be from the source of the arcane, our very being in this world is connected to the creepy and past arcanity primal magic. And if they are looking for a solution to something uncanny, then who better than us to help?
Are you saying that you know better than we about such things?
Yes.
All right.
I am uncomfortably shifting back and forth on my feet, standing behind Lavinia. Lavinia is quite studied and powerful.
Lavinia is one person.
With me, too.
So 1.5.
What, 1.5?
Still less than 2, if you could do that math.
I suppose it would behoove us, Lavinia, if we have more people to help protect you, and...
They don't have to leave. It's interesting, the choice to come along.
We're very interesting.
We could
And interested. And then there's like a little boop.
I don't...
Wait, who do you boop?
What are you touch? What?
Who are you booping?
It's unwise to touch either of them.
I guess like the grand niece over here.
Yeah.
I don't find you particularly interesting. But what is this tea?
It's a caramel apple chai. It's this wonderful chai. And it's not very sweet. I see the face you're making. It's really good.
Here, try some. And she's been holding throughout the entirety of this like walk, has just had a very dainty like teacup in her hand at all times, and has been just like sipping from it, never seemingly needing to refill it or anything like that, and sets it down on the ground, and then takes her walking stick that it's pretty much been like walking stick teacup the whole time, and she takes it and then just kind of gives it just the gentlest of little kind of like tinkly taps, and it grows into a still like fine china, but a giant like cauldron that is now just kind of simmering with like this very sweet, kind of spiced tea that then she uses her big walking stick and just gives it a big stir. And just to please everyone, please join in. Not you, Cheap says, pointing at a random passerby who might be eyeing this sudden appearance of a cauldron. Not you. Just please, the two of you, and of course, dear sister.
Of course.
Please enjoy.
We can give them the caramel apple chai. If I could have an Earl Grey, that would be great.
And she like scoops up. She grabs a teacup just from like out of her pack, dips it in, and then like sticks her finger in it. And then like her kind of feathery finger, and then just swirls it around, and you can see it changes color.
Does it split apart in like sections like hot pot but tea?
No,
that's amazing.
Not even. It'd be way better, but
So
like
sad.
this is way more unsanitary. You know,
Yeah,
it's
I was
like
gonna say.
that's the real issue. Is that it's your flavor is wonderful, but my flavor is grosser. And unfortunately is the prevailing thing. But yeah, dips a finger in and turns it, and then hands it to you, and then it is an Earl Grey tea. No problem.
Lavinia takes out something from her pack as well, from like the things that she's able to carry. And she brings something out towards Mereletta, and it's an oil flask. I've offered something for you to drink as well.
And like she like leans over and sniffs it, like very just gets her whole face up into it. Are you offering something? I give my tea freely. Are you offering something to me? Are we making a deal of some sort?
I retract my hand and just put the oil flask back.
Now, good. Hands you a cup, just forces a cup of tea into your hands. And drink up, please enjoy. The reason I'm giving you all this is because it gives you all temporary HPs.
Oh no, that's awful.
Hooray, witch.
Oh no.
Because one of my flaws is I'll never accept free food or drink. So Shy holds the cup awkwardly and just continues to hold it.
Well, drink it, dear.
She hasn't had any yet, right?
No. I would have to politely decline, please. I'm not
Do
thirsty.
I know this flaw?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't eat or drink or take gifts from people that I don't trust.
Okay. Then I take out 5 silver and I just like force it into Mereletta's hand, and then I like nod at Shy.
Oh, thank you.
She paid me for the tea.
Well, they're good business. I don't know, take it.
Puts it in a pocket, jangles it around, and then pulls out off of her side. The kind of only other major thing that she has on her person is this like leather-bound black book. And like immediately flips it, like undoes the clasps while watching, and like watches you and writes something down in this book. And then just closes it, re-snaps it, and then goes back to her own tea. But you all get 1d8 temporary hit points.
Yeah.
Do you roll it for all of us?
What do you want, Kendo?
You can roll it.
You all get
just so it's uniform, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
that
Go
makes
for
sense.
it.
8 temporary hit points, baby.
Hey.
Nice.
Oh, that's pretty. Hey, you got.
Yeah.
You're gonna
That's
roll.
Hey,
amazing.
the full thing.
Good tea. Trust
Um,
the tea.
Before moving on from like the tea, potentially like whatever, I sort of gesture Shy to like come down to my like height.
Yes.
To be clear, you were the whole one.
Oh. Okay. Leans back, grabs sword. Where should we go first?
Are there any, well, we already have the quest, right? Like, we
Yeah,
know where
so-
the house is.
Yes. So as you all get to into the village proper, you see that there's like some places of interest, right? There is a tavern here. There is there's like a general store and like some other small shops and stuff. Big bulletin board. It's later in the day, so most people aren't out working so much anymore. Like some of the shops are like still open. The tavern is primarily where people are at the moment if they aren't at home making dinner, that kind of deal. But you all do know that also that your quest is at the house, right? So if you just wanted to go straight there, you absolutely could. But if you also wanted to, talk around, get some gossip, figure out what some stuff are, the village is yours to explore.
Tavern
Perhaps...
is always now that we are fueled by tea, of course, a tavern is, it's where the activity, where the lifeblood of a place is. We can learn so much.
We should ask questions before we head towards the house.
I agree. Let's get some gossip, right?
Okay.
See what the house is like. Maybe grab some items. I don't know. I think we're all pretty buffed up.
As we head towards the tavern, I would like to hold the door open for everybody.
Oh. You get to this tavern and you see above it is this sign that says the Prancing Toad, and it's got a little toad on a lily pad with a little stringed instrument drunkenly dancing on it. And you open the door and immediately the wafting smells of I guess it's not fresh baked bread because it's later in the day, but the smells of bread and mead and food and the light sounds of conversation kind of waft out of the door as you all make your way in. Inside is maybe a dozen or so people kind of spread out, grouped in some places, and there is this half-orc woman behind the bar, broad-shouldered, short dark hair tied up into kind of a short ponytail, wearing a messy apron and rolled up sleeved cotton shirt. She sees you all enter, and it's so obvious that you all are not just not from around here, but are also a little weird in comparison to most people who happen to be passing by. Everybody else in here seems to be they're probably just people from the town. This isn't a huge port city or trading city. These are mostly just farmers who at the end of the day are just looking for a bit of company and drink. So you all particularly stand out. Yeah.
As we all enter, I close the door behind me, and when I turn towards the tavern, I literally have a shield on my back. I have a maul, a two-handed hammer that's literally the size of Lavinia. So yeah, I try to crouch my way in through the door.
Amazing.
Before we enter, I think I would pull Minnie aside and be like, first impressions, darling. As you know, what do we want to pull for this one? Is it an old? Well, we can't do the old 1, 2, 3. But is there? What are you feeling up to this evening?
Well, this is gonna sound weird, but I feel really bad about,
You feel what?
Well, Pearl left. I don't really know what plan. If you look in my book, and I will pull out an alternative black leather-bound book where I have all of our strategies written down. All of our rituals, all of our strategies, they only work with 3 people.
No.
Yes. So
no.
What? Would you like to try a 3-hour-long ritual that sucks the life out of 3 people in order to raise a kingdom with only 2 people?
Look, I'm not saying that there are certain advantages to having 3, but to say that all that we do can only be done by 3. No, please. We don't
Fine, let me go to the one
her.
spell.
And
the one spell that works with the 2 of us. Prestidigitation. That's the only one that works with just us.
And what more do we as powerful witches need to make a good impression? That's perfect. Please, you lead us on.
Well, I think that we have a good chance of being different than we were before here. Maybe we can try better for sure. Better than her.
Yes.
Better than her. Yes,
talking,
of
yes.
course. Okay, yes. I see what you're doing. We're getting it with type mode. I see. Never mind. I will get out of that mindset. We just gotta forward. We've got 2 other friends here. You're right.
2 others to pay attention to.
While this conversation is happening.
Yeah, we full on just haven't gone into the tavern.
No.
Yeah, I'm just holding the door open the entire time.
You can 100% just like actually go to the action inside, and we will just keep figuring out what fun skit do we want to do when we enter the door.
Yeah.
Shy, as you are holding this door open, waiting for your companions to enter, I think you're just kind of awkwardly like looking around, and you happen to look inside, and you see that this bartender is looking right at you, just like is doing the bartender thing of like wiping down the mug, but there's this like, it's not just the look of someone who is like, oh, there are people here. There's this look of, what is this person doing?
Oh, as soon as they make eye contact with me, my eyes shy away. And unfortunately, you picked the wrong person in the party to do anything about this. I just wait patiently, holding the door open. I look helplessly to Lavinia.
You can close the door on.
All right. Close the door on the 2 of you.
The last is here. I just think that a little bit of razzle dazzle, we can't go wrong.
And door closes. And
oh my God.
so Lavinia, Lavinia and Shy, the 2 of you are in here, with the slamming of the door, everybody's eyes have turned to look at all of you. Like, conversations have stopped. The 2 of you specifically, look, you are a satyr and a small, strange Fey looking person with blue streaks across your face. They, like, everybody has all eyes on all of you, on the 2 of you.
I would like, oh yeah,
my eyes are only on Lavinia.
Lavinia, in her mind, she's like, if people are more focused on thinking about us, then I will not be able to properly, like, either divine or perceive the actual information that we are here for. So Lavinia just, again, still deadpan. I'd like to use a persuasion check to basically like charisma everyone into being like, what Lavinia says is, we're from the circus.
Give me that's a deception. You are lying.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
give me a deception check.
I mean, yeah, we're not literally from the circus. We are clowns.
A dirty 20
for sure.
You said? Okay, no, you say you're from the circus, and you see a few people amongst the crowd of people in here kind of turn to look at each other and go, yeah, no, that tracks. Yeah, no,
they look like clowns. Yeah.
I heard there was a Fey Wild circus coming around. Oh, a Fey, and then conversation starts talking about a circus now, rather than focusing on all of you. But Shy, you notice that the bartender's eyes still kind of like look at the 2 of you. It's like, all right. Doesn't seem, is like convinced enough to like not like, pry or anything, but it's like, I'll learn.
With my passive perception, can I see?
Sorry, you cut out at the very end of that.
With my passive perception, can I clock that?
What's your passive perception?
16.
Yeah, you can also clock that as well.
Okay. I look up at Shy and I'm just sort of like, is that person flirting with you?
I don't know. I think they're still staring.
Just silently staring, cleaning a mug.
I walk up to her.
Oh, I follow.
Welcome to the Prancing Toad. Didn't realize there were going to be circus folks coming around. I hadn't heard of a circus coming anywhere near here, and I usually hear everything. What can I get?
I believe my two mothers just outside will be able to explain some more.
They're still shouting at this point. Like it's full on.
I just really
muffled.
don't think. Just
It's about the principal and about.
They're clucking hens.
I'll go get them. I rush over to the door and I open it. Look helplessly at the two of you. Please come in.
Fucking don't. We're so like focused on whatever we're talking about. You would have to actually say something, I think.
Excuse me. Can you come inside, please?
What?
What?
Inside.
Whoa, calm down. Jeez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we're joking. We're joking. Yes, we'll come inside. Let's take this hype house in the tavern.
Okay.
We will just walk through the door, because apparently we can't do anything. Just the two of us, and just like nose up, beak up, I guess.
Yeah.
Just like strolls through the door. Paying no attention anymore.
Two more strange-looking individuals, two bird people, walk in behind the satyr and the small Fey child.
Yeah. And I just look at the bartender like, still nothing's wrong. As far as like, what can she get me? Lavinia likes swamp water and like diluted acid. So the closest thing to that is just like cheapest beer.
Are you old enough to?
Yes.
And like looks up to the two people you said are your mothers. It's like,
and
are they?
We both like look down. Like, I imagine we both look down, and at least I would whisper like, "Is she old enough? Do we know?" Yes.
Yes.
We said it at the same time, so you know.
Yeah.
You know what? All right. Yeah, sure. Why not? Beer. All right. Anything for the other three?
No, thank you.
Do you have moss?
Do I have moss?
Moss.
Like the stuff that grows
Lichen.
on trees? Lichen?
Yes.
Yes.
Soft, moist, kind of plush.
I do not carry moss.
No moss.
Shame. It's a shame. Fine. I'll drink whatever the kid is having.
All right, cheap beer for everyone. All right. And just starts going to start pouring you all mugs of ale. You have something?
I put a gold down, which might be just like
like
overpaying.
For sure.
Yeah, you do that. You put down
Here's $100.
I don't know how to count.
You put down a single gold piece for this, and like while she's pouring the mug, she like gives a curious eye to it, and it's like, all right, why are you here? Is there something we can help you with, or?
What does the name Akachi mean to you?
Imagine we both like lean in at the same time on opposite sides of this small child.
You're here about the Allassanes, of course. And then like places down the mugs in front of each of you, takes the gold piece, bites it just to make sure it's real, pockets it. They're good folk. They own a lot, if not most of the land around here. Akachi, the kid, went missing 2 weeks ago, but he's back now, as far as I know. But
he's different.
That's what people have been saying. I haven't seen him myself, but there are some. I will say, there's some weird stuff going around there. The forest around the place is, gotten muddy, swampy, if you could say. And there hasn't been any river flooding as far as I know of. So,
any other strange events?
None
with people?
With people here? I mean, I wouldn't say there's anything strange. People are kind of freaked out about the forest swampifying, and I guess the Allassanes themselves have been a bit more reserved than they normally are. They're usually good people, they own a lot of the place, but they do their best to support the businesses around here, make sure that people have work, food, and stuff. But we haven't. I guess we haven't really seen them around here in like a week or so.
Is there someone notably intimate with Akachi?
Intimate? Like they're dating someone?
At this, Merle leans forward.
In whichever interpretation.
Not that I'm aware of. I don't really, their private lives are their private lives. They're like friendly, but I don't really know. I don't keep tabs on what's going on in their lives.
Writes down companionless.
How many people would you say make up the family? Is it just Akachi and his parents?
There are 5 of them. Uzochi, Kabere, Akachi, Lanri, and the grandmother, Yabo. So 5 in total. But up on like the estate itself, like they have workers who stay on the ground. So there's a handful of them as well. I don't know all their names, but
All right.
They own the whole town, certainly. There's got to be some tension there, right? There they are living up in the mansion, and here everyone else is. There's got to be some hard feelings, some pressure.
Give me an insight check.
I can do that. Will I do it well? Who knows?
Would like to cast guidance. As Shy is standing there looking contemplative, they poke the back of your head, Merle, to give you guidance.
Good, I'll need it.
So you gotta add a D4 after you roll.
It wasn't the strongest. It was a 13.
Okay, I would say.
Did you add the D4?
I did. I added the +1 from the D4 that I rolled.
Oh no. Okay, well, with the 13, I think when it's brought up, like, is there any like potentially like class tension? There is this kind of look of. It's like very brief. This kind of like acknowledgement of like, I mean, yeah. there's I mean, yeah, there is, but there's also like this reluctance of like not really want to like. You don't get the vibes that this bartender is really much of like a they don't like talking about people behind their backs. They'll share gossip and they'll hear.
What's the point of a bartender?
Yeah, what's the point of the? They will listen to other people bemoan their,
I'll get them.
their stuff, but like isn't like much of like a that themselves. And so he's like, well, I mean, I guess like as much as like anybody who like they're rich people, they have more stuff than us. Yeah, but like ultimately like they're kind of fine,
Well, I suppose if we go and see what's happening and what they have to say, we might be able to ask better questions.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, I know that the other people who have seen Akachi outside of the family are, I guess, the people who found them. The hunters. They live right outside, like right on the outskirts of town, like in between here and the forest. Ham is, I think, the specific one who found them. Yeah, Ham. It's Ham,
Noted.
Upo, and Gago. They all live there.
I see.
Let's visit these hunters.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you for the bad beer.
I don't necessarily appreciate you calling my beer bad, but I do appreciate the money you have given me, so you're welcome.
She did ask for the bad beer. She says as she like toddles off.
I mean, yeah, I know it's like not our best. And then just goes back to I think like goes like maybe takes a little sip of the beer, like it's not that bad.
As we head out, I will hold the door open for everyone. Looks like the forest is that way. If we want to head towards the hunters.
Yeah.
Yeah. As you all walk out of the tavern, like starting to head, in that direction, Lavinia, you all like start turning in like the direction of the, of the forest and where everything is, and you almost strangely get this image in your mind as the hillside in the forest where the Allassane mansion is, it's on fire. Flames rising up from the base of the hills, coating the treetops in flames, slowly rising up towards the hill and towards the mansion. Its silhouette darkened by the smoke. And it's only for a brief moment. And then it's gone.
Wait.
What?
Is where the hunters live in that direction?
Yes.
I don't know if could Minnie and Mereletta, if you could lead the charge.
Is everything all right?
I had a vision that the house immolated.
Do you see these visions often?
I get many visions of many wondrous things, but not specifically of the worst thing that could happen.
Are you speaking of fire?
Yes.
I turn to stop in front of you and I gently put my hands on your shoulders. There's no fire at the moment. You are safe now. If you want the two of them to lead, we can do that, and I will be by your side.
Gods, I really don't want them to lead, but I need them to at the moment.
Right here, but visions are not to be trifled with. I understand. And just kind of like turns to Minnie and just gives a nod, and we kind of like take the lead and say nothing further about it.
As I'm walking alongside you, Lavinia, you can see that my eyes are glowing a slight purple, and there is a crack on my skin, and it's beginning to glow very slightly. You know this happens when I am alert, and I have entered a state of awareness and caution.
Okay. So, as you all continue on from here, heading in the direction of the forest, planning on stopping by the hunter's lodge or home. You all get to the edge of the village, and you see that like there is a small wooden bridge over the river that leads to the kind of forest at that kind of that is on the other side of this river, surrounding the hills that lead to the mansion. And you see just on the other side of the river, there is a small lodge, wooden, made out of wooden logs, 1-story building with a wooden roof and a tall brick chimney. Smoke coming out of it, and just kind of like an area like around it where you can see like a lot of like tanning of like furs into leather and like pretty typical hunter stuff around it as well.
I feel like we have now we winnowed down our options enough outside of the last place we were arguing as to how we would make our entrance, that we have now really settled on what the entrance is going to be for subsequent visits. And so I would like to say that like I close my eyes and I'm kind of out under my like robes or whatever that I'm kind of wearing, my traveling cloak. These like tendrils of shadows kind of like creep out and kind of snake towards the door a little bit, and we can't see what is happening inside from where we are, but it's just kind of like hand on the doorknob and extending that outward, waiting for Minnie to kind of make the part 2 of the entrance.
Yeah. As you are reaching your hand out towards the doorknob and you're like going to like press it, you feel that the door is ajar actually, and it's relatively easy to just push open.
Hello.
What? My part? What do you?
It's just. It's not when the door's open.
Oh crap!
As you push the door open, inside you see a bloodbath, as 3 kobold bodies have been ripped, sliced, and cut apart, thrown on various parts of the room. Blood coats this place. Something has happened here.
I kind of like turn on my heel before anyone else has come up, other than maybe Minnie, and look to Lavinia and Shines. I don't recall, what is your level of squeamishness around blood?
A hag regurgitated me.
Perfectly natural. But we're speaking of blood and gore and such.
I have
Blood and gore.
seen my fair share of battle. Why do you ask this now?
Oh, no problem then. Please. And then just like walks in.
As you all enter, you see that this wooden hut is there are like 3 beds. It's like a 3 stacked like a triple decker bed in one side of the room. It's a small family home covered in blood and the gore, viscera, and limbs of 3 kobolds thrown across the place.
We get into investigator mode. I would like to. I want to make an investigation check. I think it is specifically like. Lavinia wants to know what did this to the kobolds. So I don't know if that's investigation, perception, or whatever you want.
Give me an Sorry, what is the thing that you're looking at again? My brain.
I want to know what did this to the kobolds.
Got it. I think that you could either give me an investigation or a medicine check, whichever of those is higher for you.
Investigation. Oh God. It's gonna be a 21.
Okay. With the 21, I think that as you are looking over the bodies and what you can find of the different limbs of these kobolds, I think it's pretty clear that there are tears and like these aren't clean cuts. A weapon did not do this. It almost looks as if, based on like the scarring and the cuts, this was done by claws, fangs, some sort of animal, beast, something. And by just like just because of how like messy and like how like scattered this is, you imagine it probably just wasn't one thing. And probably also, I would say, what you got like a 21 or
21.
Yeah, with a 21, I will say, as you are looking around as well, you can tell that there are marks on the ground, footprints that look like wolf prints, along the ground, like trailing in along the blood.
Wolves.
Wolves? Could I possibly look at the I could either look at the history of this area. I don't know. I think that the connection to nature might be there, or an Arcana check. Like either one. I think I'm just trying to see if there's any magic.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Of like, or specifically of like, if we believe this place to be cursed, do we is this sort of a thing that can happen in certain curses?
Understood. If you're looking, so if you want to be able to tell like the magical aspect of this, give me an Arcana check. If you want to figure out the more natural, like, okay, is this a thing wolves do? You could give me a nature check.
For sure. I can't. Maybe I'm rolling with advantage, but I think I got a 13.
Oh yes,
yeah,
it's yeah. You got a 13.
Nice.
And that was Arcana.
Arcana.
Yes. I think with an Arcana check, you are primarily looking around here for any kind of evidence of spellcraft, of any kind of like, or not just spellcraft, but like cursing, and like that kind of deal. And I think with just your, like, you are a witch. You're a part of a coven, or were a part of a coven. You can tell, you can tell that something here feels unnatural, right? There is an aura to this place that feels as if magics of some kind have touched this place recently. Now, it would take like a detect magic spell or something more, specific to be able to tell what specifically happened here, but there is the faintest whiff of magic here still in the area. Now, whether that be, is this a curse or is this a spellcaster of some kind, you can't quite tell with a 13. Is
there a specific school, like a waft of a school of magic that I'm getting? It's okay if not.
That would take
a higher roll,
either a higher roll or a detect magic spell.
Could I cast detect magic?
Yeah, you could cast it as a ritual, so it's not like.
I would love to do that. Yeah.
What does it look like as you're doing your ritual craft of detecting magic?
So I have these like brown, long, almost cat-like whiskers. But they don't start from like my beak, they just sprout far from my head. And I think that and I'm pretty short and squat, so I think I start this trail and peek my head down at the blood, And I think as I start this like wicked trail around this scene, everyone else can continue talking, but slowly you all start noticing a hum. Like you didn't know it was there. It's almost imperceptible. Just this low resonance, and then it's almost like I am humming the exact tone of the room, and suddenly like I was off by just one pitch, and then suddenly I hit the pitch and the entire room resonates, and all magic that could have been cast in this room or anything that would be known to me, the second that I match pitch with it, explodes upwards, and I can see like a school, like whatever color or aura is associated with some kind of magic. Yeah, I think the main thing is you hear my little talons on the wood before you hear the humming, before you hear me match pitch. And then I think if I could make sense, yeah, I think it says you sense the presence of magic within 30 feet of you. So,
yeah.
As you're doing that, the mention of wolves, I will draw my sword and I will stand near the entrance. You will see that my sword glows with magic as I post up and I look around outside.
Yeah. I love that. As you are so shy, as you are going out to like just check around outside and look, give me a perception check.
I would love to. I use my eyeballs. I got a 14.
Okay. With a 14, I'm going to come back to you as you're looking out. No, it's not bad, I swear. Minnie, as you are doing your tapping around, trying to find the wavelength of the magics around you, you do come across this area closer towards the front door of this place. It's probably actually around the frame of the door where you do your tip tapping and you find just the right wavelength, just the right tone. And as you tap around it, that hum goes up and begins to manifest itself. And I will throw this to you. What does conjuration magic look like to you?
I am immediately getting like yellowish golden tones. So I think that it's almost like a dome of yellowish golden, or not even that. It's almost like I want to say like a synthesizer, like levels of like where it was cast and that kind of stuff. It shows up, it bursts upward. The word I'm going to use is like a water feature. It's like it bursts upward from the ground in the places where it was the strongest. And I'm just seeing yellowish liquid kind of bouncing upward into the air and then filling the room. And I think for a moment, my very, very red eyes turn yellow, like this gold. And the edges of those like long whiskers flicker gold.
Yeah. You can tell that conjuration magic has been used here. And if you would like to give me another Arcana check, I can even tell you more specifically, not necessarily the spell specifically that was cast, but like what kind of, like, was this summoning? Was this a portal? Was this...
Can I give like a help action?
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what am I making right now? An Arcana check?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. Come on, Arcana. Okay, 16.
18. Oh, 18. Because
18.
Oh, it's 18.
Yeah.
Dang, nice.
So with that 18, I think the two of you are checking out this strange, magical, yellow gold aura that has appeared here. And you can tell that what was opened here at a point, and not that long ago, was a portal.
I think, Lavinia, you were unsure why we decided to come with you. like we were unnecessary to you, but I think that for the first time you see like my use and how powerful we are ever.
First time ever.
Like, I think that you see the flickers of gold, you see my eyes turn gold, and I will actually cast you a glance. And with that Arcana check I just did, and you're also kind of trying to figure out environmentally what's going on, I'm almost gonna like, I blink at you and toss this like sight to you so you can kind of see what I see. And you just see this yellowish, goldish magic, and I think I look over at you and I just say, portal. Something's going on.
As you say that, we cut back to Shy. Shy, you are looking out around, keeping like a good eye, like trying to make sure that nothing is going to get the drop on all of you. You know that there is something out here. And I think on that 14, you look out and around the tree line, you see movement, a form, a silhouette. Peek out from behind a tree and then disappear into the forest.
Could I get a sense of how tall it was? Maybe the shape and size of its form.
It looks humanoid. It's definitely a person. You would probably say they're around 5'6", 5'7", you know, around about average height. But you don't get any details. You can't tell, you know, who they are. You really just see a shape kind of peek out and then back behind and gone.
I raise my voice and begin to step towards them. Hey, who are you? Identify yourself.
Nothing responds.
I stand several paces from the door between this hunter's lodge and the tree that the person disappeared behind. I turn to the door. We aren't alone. Someone's watching us.
Troublesome.
Are you one of those religious types? The gods always watching. Yes.
No, a person is behind one of the trees.
Literal. Got it.
I think we have to stop them. Maybe they know who opened this portal.
Portal? Oh.
Oh yeah, sorry. I shared it with Lavinia. Normally I share it with you. But portal, and I bonk my hard owl bony skeleton on yours so you can see what I see, and I will run over to Shy and do the same so everyone can kind of get that glance.
How tall are you?
I'm about 3 feet exactly.
I'm like 6 feet tall, so
I will flap one gusty wing and go bonk.
Whoa. What the?
Ooh, DM, does Shy see any magical traces towards the person across the way when I bonk them with my head?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, okay. Are you saying does Shy see it because you've like
transferred? Like, can I want to transfer, like, if she were to look back around, see what's in here for sure, but like out in the forest.
Some
is
fucking
there like
shenanigans like
that?
Is there like are there magic footsteps?
Yeah.
Give me an Arcana check. Yeah. Give me an Arcana check.
Oh, that's so cool. That's a dirty 20.
The dirty 20. Let's go. Okay. So yeah, as you bonk Shy on the head, Shy, you feel this kind of transference of magical energies in the same way that Lavinia did. And as you turn back towards the tree that you saw the person behind, you see the same golden aura that Lavinia and Lavinia and Minnie saw in that area, kind of like flash very briefly, and then like a big like, and then become just mostly like smoky traces of itself.
As I turn back towards the forest tree line, you can see that as the detect magic has activated with me, my eyes are almost burning amethyst, and the crack on my face has gone almost fiery. The magic inside of me has been activated. I look and I say, I think they just portaled away. They're gone. The same magical trace was on them. I begin to run towards that direction.
Okay.
Yeah.
As you run in the direction of the tree that you just saw, you, again, the golden, it's kind of like golden flecks around you falling like sparkles, but they are gone.
I try to touch them in the air. Nothing.
Yeah. And
too late.
And with that, I will say, even with that natural 20, like, as you're like looking around, you're right. Someone just teleported away.
Could I roll?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm ambling up. Could I roll an Arcana check to see, just because of like what intrigues me, Nathan, and intrigues my character is the kind of like the nature and like locations of these teleportations and that kind of stuff. So specifically, first, I'm wondering, is this a Fey creature maybe that is like this is reminiscent of like she's like opening her black book and like going through and trying to like compare notes and be like, oh well, years ago this creature was obviously attacking and blah 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 and doing this. So is wondering if it's something teleporting using trees or using the wood or not, or
is this
it went in.
They walk through the tree, or did they open a portal, or like,
right? Is it just a portal out of nowhere that we just couldn't see the wonder of? And again, maybe that's too general and we don't know yet, but just throwing it out there that at least it's something that is now top of mind for her to try and kind of like winnow down.
Yeah, give me either an Arcana or an Investigation check to be able to. I think what this check will be able to help you do is not necessarily be able to. It won't help you be able to go like, where did they go? Kind of deal. But
definitely.
But it will tell you the nature of this magic. Is this something that is more primal of the earth, or is this something that is arcane, or is this something that is fey, something like that?
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. So I'm giving myself guidance by reading my book, and I got a total of, regardless of which of the two I use, a total of a dirty 20.
Ooh, let's go. Okay, yeah. With the dirty 20, you can tell this is not primal. This is something that is arcane, and it is not fey. This is something deeply, deeply arcane. But also, with a dirty 20, I'll even give you that you can see cracks in space. Cracks, so like behind the tree, like almost like a thin seam of shattered glass. Hanging in the air, and there is something, as you like kind of inspect it a little bit, come close to it, there is something deeply, deeply unnerving about it. Almost as if there is something in the back of your mind, that primal sense of I should not be seeing this, and I should not be this close to
it. As like you see this all like kind of playing out, and I'm like muttering under my breath and say, well, not that. I mean, I remember this. Is this like that time? I can't recall. I heard that story from over there, and just kind of like looks up, looks down at the book, looks back up at this crack that maybe no one else has noticed, and falls eerily silent. And do you all see that the with the time and the space fissure there, that might be worth checking out, as she like backs up slowly a little bit.
We may need to visit the family soon. This isn't looking good.
No. This isn't right.
What time of day is it?
It is sunset.
Yeah, I was gonna say it was late, I think, when we were coming in.
Mm-hmm.
We do not want to stay out here if there are wolves about. I think Lavinia is right. We should try to at least go to the house.
Well, you all would, of course, be safe under the protection of a powerful witch of the moon such as myself. But if it would make you more comfortable, she says, as she's like trying not to look at the thing that she is very clearly very afraid of, then I suppose it would not hurt to carry on with the investigations. This way, and just like starts like kind of like scooting sideways. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yeah. I assume everybody starts following.
I sheath my sword and I'll follow from the rear.
Okay. So you all begin to make your way into the forest towards the house of Allassane. And with that, let's take a brief break. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for being with us so far. We have raised $150.
Wow.
Let's go. Thank you all so much for A, being here, and B, donating. It has been, this has been fun so far, and we're only just getting into it.
Scratching the surface.
Don't forget, you can donate at the Tiltify by putting in !charity. I'm just going to put that in really quick. You can also use the QR code that is on screen to be able to get there. Don't forget, if you donate $25, I get to invoke some fears of our players. If you donate $50, you can give them inspiration. And let me just say, they might need it. Or
it's terrifying.
If you're feeling particularly generous and cruel, you can spend $100 and give me inspiration instead. But we will be right back. We're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. Go up, get some water, stretch, do a bio, take care of yourself, and we will be back with you very, very soon. Bye. And we are clear.
Neat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the burning house of Allassane. I am still your dungeon master, Kendrick, and we are here following our... You all aren't a coven. Our group of
Who
weird
says?
magic people.
Some of us are, thank you.
Okay.
A coven can be anything. It can be 2 birds and 1.5 people.
We are
We're all
a
Fey?
strong,
We are all
independent
Fey.
coven who can define what that means for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Yes.
You're so right. You are so right. And I will not be taking that away from you. Last we left off, the 4 of you had just left the slaughter that happened at the hunter's cabin just outside of the town, where you all were hoping to get some information about the son of the Allassane family, Akachi, who had gone missing and returned with the help of the hunters. But you found the hunters murdered by wolves that seemed to have been either summoned through a portal or some other conjuration magic, and Shy saw that all of you were being watched by someone who similarly disappeared through a portal that seemed to be cracks in space and time. Very foreboding, very ominous. But from here we continue. Before we continue, to remind you all, we are here for charity, raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation International. You can find the link to our the Tiltify where we are, raising money, in the link that has just been posted in the comments and also in the QR code that's right there. If you donate $25, you can allow me, your DM, to invoke the fear of one of our fellow PCs. In fact, I have a fear tucked away that I have for one Minnie to be used against her. If you donate $50, you can donate a point of inspiration for one of our dear party members. I believe Stella, you still have one of those tucked away. And if you donate $100, if you're feeling particularly generous and or cruel, you give me, the GM, that inspiration instead. So without further ado, we continue. As you all make your way through the forest, much like what the bartender back at the Prancing Toad said, you all are finding that the ground on which you step is getting wetter, muddier. Your steps sinking further into the ground, slopping and plodding along, to the point where even the swampy ground beneath you is kind of coming up a little bit to your ankles as you are trudging through. You aren't really finding much of a road or path to follow through here, but you do remember the general direction that the mansion that you're supposed to be heading to is in.
Make sure everyone, you keep together. It's important we don't get separated in this muck.
Is it difficult terrain technically? Like, does it take us longer to get there?
Yeah, like as you're like going through, it's kind of difficult terrain. We aren't in combat, so I'm not counting it as that. But it is the kind of ground that does make it harder to move through.
Just like home.
Just like
I was
home.
gonna say, do you find this difficult terrain, Lavinia?
I'm like not having any problem. I'm like,
I love it, actually. This
Yeah.
is preferred nice terrain.
This isn't difficult. This is lovely terrain.
Yeah.
Really easy.
I hate all of this. So by saying we should stick together, what Shy actually means is wait for me.
Yeah.
oh.
I think I will prestidigitation the mud from Lavinia's armor every minute or so, because I see how much
Lavinia's not wearing.
Oh, sorry, not Lavinia. Shy, because I see how much of an issue it is, and
I'm pointing out spots that you need to clean out too.
yeah.
It's like, oh, now there's some on the shoulder now. We get that.
How How did they get it all the way up on their gauntlet? I just don't get it.
I don't.
Hey, Minnie, as you go to cast this first prestidigitation, can I get you to roll me a wisdom check or wisdom saving throw?
What?
You mean to save as to how much fun we're having? Like, wow, this is so cool.
We'll see. Tell me what the roll is.
Kendo, don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
This is payback from your shenanigan earlier.
Oh my god.
I have no idea how to roll a wisdom save on roll 20.
Click where it says text on wisdom.
Oh, wisdom. I see. I got a 12, so that's high enough, I'm sure.
Yep.
Ooh, one would hope that it would be high enough, but as you first go to prestidigitate away the stain that your fellow coven member is pointing out to you, you reach out in the way for your magic in the way that you normally do, trying to pull upon its weave, and as you try to grasp that magic, it slips through your fingers, and you, for some reason, can't cast prestidigitation in this moment.
Give me 1 second.
The shoulder. The shoulder.
Yes, I'm doing it. It's the shoulder.
The shoulder.
Yes, I'm doing it. It's on the shoulder.
You are not.
I'm slowly sinking into the mud the longer you take.
No, and it's not just you slowly sinking into the mud. All of you are slowly sinking into the mud as you are trying to make your way through, and you, Minnie, you keep trying to reach out for your magic and finding it slipping through your fingers just out of your grasp.
I think it's like almost a spinning globe of like me casting prestidigitation and that sputtering out, and then firebolt and sputtering out, and like all of the spells I possibly can sputtering out. I don't know if I'm like actually going through and casting them, but I'm like trying to start, and it's just not working.
Even as you try to mechanically say cast a spell that would normally cost a spell slot, you like try to do it, and it's like just always just outside of your grasp.
I think I break into a fit of laughter as I'm sinking. The magic is fizzling out. And I'm just reaching towards Shy. And I'm like, it's not working. Someone help. Someone help me, please. Please.
You're okay. You're okay.
Yeah, someone help her.
And I'm just starting to bawl.
Yeah. Lavinia has shape water, which is admittedly just but I have a water skin.
Sorry, you keep cutting out, Joe.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Water skin.
I have shape water, which is admittedly just a cantrip. So if I need to make a check for this to like work in the way that I would like, I'm gonna use the water that I have on me, because I don't think I can separate the water from the mud necessarily. But just attempt to like in like fast seconds, like just push the mud from our feet, but we have to run.
Okay, yeah, no, 100%. I will allow you to try to do that to help get you all out of here, like create a path. Give me an Arcana check to be able to try to do that.
Okay.
And as you're doing that, I would like to bodily pick up Minnie and hold them to my chest and try to like run with her cradled in my arms.
We all have to run right now. And just like very quick, like water bending almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm making this harder by not moving at all. My entire body weight just broken into from a fit of laughter into a fit of tears.
Yeah. What did you get on that Arcana check?
19.
Oh yeah, on that 19, you're able to actually, you described to me what it looks like as you start to mold the water and create this path.
It's almost as if Lavinia has done this specific thing before, if the mud has like, if it's not like a nice trudged through the mud sort of day, it's almost like everyone is receiving like ice skates that are just like this like not vacuous, but this like nebulous fluid shape that immediately dissipates as we all begin to run.
Yeah. And for those of you who are running and not being held, give me athletics checks with advantage from the help of Lavinia's spell as you are trying to run out of this mud.
Do I have to do athletics check?
Yeah. You have advantage.
I could carry you.
The way Shy would drop me in a second.
Well, no, it's gonna be you guys are both very, very small individuals, and so Shy, I would imagine, could easily scoop both of you. But then it's just me. It is just Mereletta who's just like standing around being like, "Where's everyone going?
Where's everyone going? Hello, where are my friends?"
I got a 9 athletics check. Surprise it, believe it or not, the gossip tea witch is not the strongest.
Was that also with advantage? Oof,
Indeed, it was.
All right.
I got a 19.
Okay, Lavinia. I mean, sorry, not Lavinia. Lavinia.
I got a 4.
So you are still able to start casting this magic, but Shy, you start noticing as you've picked up Minnie and you started like running through, and you see that both Lavinia and
curses
and Mereletta get caught in the mud as like they start running and like legs just right into the mud, like catching them.
I hold Minnie like the way you hold a cat, like a long cat. I hold you in my hands. I'm like, can you fly?
I can't do anything apparently.
You're going to have to try, my friend. I'm gonna throw you up in the air.
Fuck up, sister.
Do you start flapping or do you let yourself just fall down?
I think there's mud on my wings, and I will, in a last fit effort, cast prestidigitation to get the mud off my wings as I go up in the air.
As you find yourself out of this mud and you cast, again, reaching out for your magic, letting your talons try to grasp upon the weave and manipulate it to your whims, at last you are able to grasp it. Mud slurps off of your wings, disappearing.
I give the deepest, most, and actually very silent, like, gust that blows Lavinia's hair back, and will begin to fly. And say it works. My magic works.
As soon as I am free of helping Minnie, I like to run back and try to grab and pull the other two out of the mud.
Okay. Oh yeah, no, I'm like waist deep now, I think. Like Mereletta's just been watching whatever was going on with her sister.
I fell on my face.
And is now just like sipping tea and like giving snaps. Be like, well done, sister.
Do you see me? I'm flying. I can cast spells
Beautiful
again.
as always, yes.
Give me...
Oh, are you drowning?
Oh.
Shy, give me athletics check as you try to pick up Lavinia and Mereletta.
That's a 23.
Ooh, yeah, no, you're able to just pop them right out and throw them over your shoulders.
Trying to get out of the mud with them.
Yeah, and if you're still casting Shape Water, Lavinia, then yeah, you're able to get out of the mud and continue to run down the path on your way to the mansion.
Mereletta turns to Lavinia, like, because you're also on the shoulder, right?
By turn, are you rolling?
Yeah, or not even, just like kind of like, look over, I guess, kind of across your broad shoulders, and just like, oh, I see why you prefer this mode of transportation now. Very convenient.
Have you been noticing?
Oh, we've noticed. We've noticed a few things, and it's somehow has this cup of tea that is just sloshing everywhere, and she still is trying to take a knowing sip as we're running.
It's just all over her
And then,
beak.
but then just winks, but isn't thrown off at all about it, but is so committed. It's no, I will. I am compelled, maybe by some sort of Fey pact, to sip tea whilst saying sassy things and just spilling everywhere. But it doesn't matter. We're all muddy and whatever anyway.
Yeah.
But
Your tea is leaking between the plates of my armor.
don't even respond.
Anyway.
Thank you. Just a pat on your shoulder.
I whimper. As soon as we are free of the mud, I will gently put down Lavinia. I will less gently, but not throwing you at the ground, put down Mereletta. And then I will lay down.
Shape water. I just water.
Minnie, come down. You're making a scene.
And I'll prestidigitation the mud off of everyone else's clothes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You start to.
You're just mad because I can fly. Do you want me and what do you want me on 10 or do you want me on 1? Because I feel like never mind, don't worry about it. We'll talk about this later.
Oh, we will. Anyway, are we closer to the mansion now?
Yes.
Has this scoot across the mud now deposited us yes. at the grounds?
Yes, you all are on the tree, the edge of the tree line leading out of the forest, and you can see that now that there is a path that through all of the swamp and whatever happened in this forest had kind of tried to obscure. But you all have found your way here, and looking up at this grand mansion on this hilltop and seeing the vast estate here amongst you. The building itself, now that you can see it in its glory and no longer just a silhouette, is this 2-story almost, what is that style of home? Sorry, my brain is you see it a lot in Louisiana. It's usually kind of raised off. Is it a
stilted kind of?
Yeah, I get what you mean though.
Yeah, I'm trying. It's not a. Hold on. Is it a? I'm looking it up right now. I really hate if it's gonna be or no.
It's an
I'm not gonna say it.
house.
I think I know what you're gonna say, but
yeah,
I'm not gonna say
it is. It's a plantation style home.
Yeah.
Large 2-story building.
We'll just say Southern mansion style home.
Yes.
Mansion style.
We get it. Old timey mansion in the south. There we go.
Yeah.
Really tall windows. 2 or 3 smokestacks. And just this really vast estate. It's awfully quiet though, for the amount of people. Because you were told that there were quite a few people who were supposedly supposed to be living here alongside the family, but it is relatively quiet, and there's no one to be heard from or seen, but you do see that there are lights in the windows as there are people home.
I look at everyone before we properly be prepared.
You're cutting out?
Yeah, you're cutting out again.
Why?
That one worked.
Should I?
Before we properly get ourselves in, I want us to be prepared. Do you prefer hair or teeth?
Teeth. Easy.
Teeth?
All right. And Lavinia takes like goes into like the back of her teeth pretty much, and just sort of like doesn't like yank or like do any forceful moves, but just like a very slow like pulling. She takes out like 3 of her teeth in like different parts of her mouth, and you see that like the back teeth for some reason are like this black, almost like obsidian kind of thing. And she like gives each tooth to each of you, and she says, "Don't lose this. I'll be able to communicate with you and see where you are at with these."
All right.
Is this for eating?
This was in your mouth.
It is not. It is not for eating. Just don't lose it.
I put it in a little pouch that I have under my armor that's right over my heart.
I put it in my tea.
I'll put it in a little pouch that I have. Weird.
Clink,
Okay.
Clink, clink, clink.
And I have something for you too, Lavinia.
Don't teeth.
They're exchanging gifts.
I know. Let's wait a second.
Very interesting.
Let's see what it is.
Be
What it
cool.
is.
Be
It's
cool.
okay. Calm down.
I reach forward and I gently push hair back from your face and behind your ear. And as I touch your chin, I will cast mage armor on you.
If they kiss, you owe me 5 gold.
What are you talking about?
We bet. Do you not remember?
They're never gonna kiss.
Shh.
A little bit of magic to protect you.
Thank you.
And what about me? And you look over and I'm just like my stupid little owl form, like very crooked and like just.
I gave you my tooth.
I say this is for you, and I just like produce flame at your beak, and just like for ruining the ambiance. Just blah.
I need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, make a wisdom saving throw.
Me?
No,
No,
not
me.
you.
Oh.
Lavinia.
Okay, that's 21.
Okay, yeah. You were.
I
able-
still
Yeah.
like. Please refrain from using fire around me.
Okay. I would love to do an Arcana check on this tooth.
I think.
Every-
Yes. Make a Arcana check. I'm going to say you have advantage on this.
Everything needs a category. Everything needs a category. I need to know when and where I should use this, so I can create the conditions under which I would use the tooth. And if I cannot use it, I also need to know that. So.
Yeah. No. Please.
Let's do it.
Give me that Arcana check. You have
18.
advantage. Okay. Yeah. On an 18, you are somewhat familiar with Lavinia's heritage. And because of your connection to the one who formed Lavinia within themselves,
You're putting this very nicely.
you know that those who are destined to become hags themselves have many magical traits about themselves, including the ability to scry on pieces of themselves. And so if one were to take pieces of themselves and give them to other people, that would give them the ability to know where you are, be able to speak to you from long distances. It's a very useful thing for sure.
Boy, what a cool, interesting, flavorful subclass category. I wonder, that doesn't sound like something you can just find in the player's handbook, though. I wonder where we can find more details about that.
This is the hex.
Damn it.
This is the hex blood. This is the hex.
Hey,
so close.
Hey,
You
editor.
tried so hard.
Hey, editor.
Can
Can
we
you
cut
just
that
cut that
out?
out later?
Can we cut that
Thank
out?
you.
Cut that.
Thank you.
Can we just cut that?
But Deep Magic Volume 1 is pretty cool too, and so is Volume 2. So maybe
That's why I assumed.
Yeah,
So many cool things in both the volumes of Deep Magic.
Yeah, I mean every subclass that everyone is using here, and even a class is also, it's Kobold Press.
There's just so much good stuff that I couldn't keep track of all the cool brand new stuff that was being thrown into the table.
It's true. It's so cool. The exchanging of gifts has been done. You stand here at the gates of the estate of the house of Allassane. What do?
I knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock.
Little gaudy all this.
I'm sorry, you're standing at the gates, not the door.
Oh.
Of the...
I try to open the gate.
They are open.
Hello?
Yes.
I hold the gate open.
Why are the gates open?
Why not?
Let's hurry.
There are people inside, I think. There are lights on in the house. I wonder who is home.
You make your way through the gates, and as you go down the path leading up to the house, you do notice that there are other like shacks and like other like service buildings and like things to manage the farms that are both on the ground here, but also like where like the people who work here all of the time, you know, this is where they stay, and they aren't bad for in any way, shape, or form. They like look very well appointed, look very cozy and nice, but are very quiet. And you make your way up the front steps of this house and find yourself at the door of the house.
Knock, knock, knock.
There is the loud booming of your knocks kind of echoing in the silence of this place for a while. And there's silence for a long time. How long do you wait?
Not more than 5 seconds.
Yeah, I was gonna say at minimum, Mereletta would knock again because. I mean, yeah, sure, ignore the knocks of these schlubs, but ignore the knock of a witch. Ooh, well, now we got trouble.
That's on you. If you ignore
yeah, now you have fucked up.
You go for a second knock, and for a while there is again silence. But then eventually, you hear someone on the other side go, "A moment!" And then footsteps. The unlocking of the door. And then on the other side, as the door opens, there is this tall, like standing at like 6'4", 6'5", with long gray hair coming down to just below their shoulders. They are wearing a bespoke suit, like 3-piece suit, white gloves, cleanly polished shoes, a monocle.
Old as shit.
Old. Very, very old. Elven man. Old enough to have wrinkles for an elf.
Okay.
Who comes to the door and says, "Can I help you?"
We were directly employed by the one named Akachi and his parents.
I imagine Akachi hasn't been asking anyone of anything late, but you all must be the adventurers the Lord and Lady have asked for.
That's what I said.
Quite rude for a child.
Mereletta snorts in the background.
Like 6'4", looking down at you, who is shorter than everyone else here.
She may be a child.
Medium-sized creature.
Yes, she may be a child, but shut up.
Boy, Mereletta's like, man, this whole adventure's really throwing everyone off. Particularly Minnie. Yowza. What a poor comeback. Losing her magic really messed her up. Please. We are here to help. We want to help you, in fact. And I'm sorry, your name, my dately companion.
Like, just kind of like looks at you, kind of like, what My name is Jaya, if you must know. Please, enter and wipe your feet. No need to track mud inside the Lord and Lady's home. And turns, walks in, and like kind of gestures for you all to follow.
I am awkwardly and trying to, as quickly as I can, sloppily, just pull a rag out of my bag and rubbing my shoes, trying to clean them. Oh, shit.
We just have claw feet, so trying to wipe it off, probably, is maybe intentionally slightly disruptive.
Yeah. As you enter the home, and hey, I can finally bring you all to a new map.
Yeah! Ooh, map.
New map.
New map. Let me put you all on here because I don't know if you all can see. If I don't.
Can't look at stream.
Who's missing? Here we go. Yeah, don't look at stream. Or actually, it's fine. I don't really care that much. I don't care. You all enter this well-appointed foyer. There is like on your right there are like shelves and like a little area to keep like coats, jackets, boots, and all of that sort of all of those sorts of things, and like a rug for you to wipe your feet on in there as well. And there is a hallway in front of you leading into like a larger kind of like entrance area. The wallpaper in here is giving like old Victorian style, like white and blue, with like fleur-de-lis, like golden fleur-de-lis, like everywhere. There are these like masterfully like painted like pieces in like bronze frames along the walls, and Jaya kind of looks to all of you as you enter and say, currently the Lord and Lady are out, but I'm sure Mistress Iyabo would be happy to entertain your questioning or whatever it is you must do.
Can I ask you, we were told that there are 5 members of the family. There is a Usachi, a Kabedi, Yabu. Who are all these people?
Well, if you would, I will forgive your lack of manners for not speaking of them with their proper titles and respect that they deserve, but Lady Uzochi and Lord Kabede are the Lord and Lady of the home. Akachi is their dearest son, and Lanri is their dearest daughter. Iyabo is obviously Lord Kabede's mother.
Thank you.
Mereletta turns to kind of the group. It's like, would it be worth trying to meet the child and see what can be read by their countenance?
Give me a persuasion check.
Okay. I have so many dice, so many things open. Ooh, that's a 23, baby.
Okay, a 23. So I'm saying that we've got two more fears. One for Shy, and one for Minnie. Amazing.
Oh,
I'm gonna tuck those away.
Good, great.
Good. Please keep donating.
Yes, please keep donating.
Yes, keep donating. Donate more. This is fine. This is good.
You ask, oh well, maybe we should talk to the son, and you see there is this look on Jaya's face. Anybody here can also give me an insight check.
Would love
Hell
to.
yeah.
Yeah, because I'm kind of like, maybe I'll flavor it as like, she's saying it. Oh, natural 20.
Natural
20
for a
24.
24.
Ooh, the nat 20.
We clock it. This is old hat, baby. We've done this a million times where someone is like, oh, hey, why don't you go do these things? And we say, what if we did this thing instead? And then we watch them
Operation
watch
Bait and
us.
Switch.
We know, again, too easy.
Lexi
Like a
did not
fiddle.
just roll a nat 20, but 2 nat 20s.
Let's roll 2 nat 20s, which is wild. Joe, you got a 24, so all of you are able to clock this. Oh wait, what did you get, Nathan? Sorry.
I also got a natural 20 for a 24.
Okay.
19.
All of you are able to clock this. There is something off about Jaya, in a way. You asked that, and before they're able to respond, there's like, you know the face that people make when they're like the gears are turning, right? Or like there's like a difficult decision that needs to be made. There's an inner conflict that is happening here, and you can't quite tell what the source of that is, but with the persuasion check that you made earlier, you see that something about you saying that pushes them a little bit over the edge, and they go, yes, it would be good for you to talk to the young lord of the house. Yes.
Mereletta, like, again, everyone immediately clocks this, including Mereletta. And like, she was kind of going to suggest like, oh, and then I can talk to the, kind of the lady of the house or the mother or whatever. But like is so caught off guard, or so like immediately clocks this, that she kind of like spins back on a heel towards him and is like, oh, is there something the matter? And just in that moment, like kind of just prodding a little bit, she's going to use, this time for real, a Kobold Press spell.
Ooh.
She has a cantrip called Dream Glimpse, which is a divination cantrip. And when I cast it, there's no saving throw. But I know the current goal or desire of a creature I can see within range. Reveals only the most pressing, important, or impactful goal or desire that is at the top of the mind of the target. Doesn't reveal any hidden secret goals or desires or anything like that. And doesn't reveal goals or desires the target wouldn't already be willing to share with someone it trusts. So it's just kind of like, super top of mind stuff. But he also knows that I have like reached out in my willpower and like touched his mind with my witchy ways as I kind of like prod him both verbally but also magically.
Yeah. As you talk to Jaya and you're like trying to probe for this information, you get a glimpse of their innermost mind, and how do you get, like, what is this like, how do you interpret this information?
It is, I think, just like, it is me just kind of pressing my mind and force of personality into theirs. So I am like a spectator. Like I am imagining just like it is imaginary Mereletta standing and watching like a play enacting what it is that they like, and I'm just like sitting there in their minds sipping tea for just a moment, and just being like, oh, and what are they thinking about now?
Yes. So as you kind of like sit in there and like play in their mind, I think what you get is I think what you get in this play is that there are two Jayas. kind of talking to one another, being like, what do we do? What is the goal? There seems to be two goals here. There is one Jaya who is, I need to get them to the young lord. I need to get them to the young lord. They need to do something about what has happened. And there's another Jaya that's saying, you need to get them out of here. They do not belong here, and they are a danger to the family. These are the two conflicting things in their mind right now. Now, if you would like, you may make an arcana check to try to divine something, or like an additional arcana or insight or investigation. I think arcana makes the most sense because you're using magic in this way.
17.
I was going to ask if I could help.
How would you be helping?
I'll cast Detect Magic. And if I have any information, I might blurt something out.
Okay.
That's cool as hell.
You cast Detect Magic. What does it look like when you cast magic? I think this is the first time we've seen it.
Yes. So as a Prescient Knight, I do have access to level 1 spells at the moment, wizard spells. And you see that crack in my face that's glowing purple, the fire. It begins dripping, almost like viscous, like lava from my face, and is disappearing into the folds of my clothes. My eyes turn this bright, burning amethyst, and the vision around me swirls with any presence of magic. You see from within me this purple fire has been ignited. Yeah. Shit, I touched my nose.
You are looking, you ignite this fire inside of you, opening your senses up to the magical weave around you, and sure enough, there is a strange aura about Jaya. What does enchantment magic look like to Shy?
Enchantment magic? I think it would look like a mantle. Ooh. It would be whatever color enchantment magic is associated with, whether it's like a pearly white or cream or something. This sort of
for some reason in my
green. Okay. I see this weight of something just sort of washing over Jaya, weighing them down. Maybe it's like a bubble that just doesn't quite fit them skin tight, but it is around them.
Mm-hmm. So yes, you know in this moment that Jaya is under some kind of enchantment.
I blurt out, I think you're under some kind of enchantment spell.
Oh,
advantage!
With that, you have advantage if you do
that. I snap out of my let me see if I roll any better. Nope, I don't roll any better. So 17 total.
17 is
but we'll say the first roll was the one that you gave me. So thank you.
Yeah.
I snap out of it as I hear that, just kind of echoing, kind of in this play hall or whatever, as I'm watching these two kind of fight, and just kind of stop and then kind of snap back into reality.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes gravity.
Oh, there goes gravity. As you fall back into the this seat watching this play on stage, you see the two Jayas, and the one saying we need to get them to the young lord, and then the other no longer fully resembles Jaya. Its features are muddled and muddy, almost as if it is paint being smudged across their face, actively moving, a mantle of darkness, of green flowing energy around it, still interacting as if it is Jaya in that moment, saying, "You must get them out of here. They are a danger to the family."
Mereletta, in this kind of, again, this is obviously going on a little longer than would actually be the case, but it's neat. Mereletta just is again in the front row of this theater or whatever, and then just stands up in the middle and just actively walks onto stage, and it's that's enough. Thank you. That'll be all. Goodbye. And she will cast Dispel Magic.
Ooh!
and just like turns to this, and again in the real kind of meat space, like hears this and then just immediately like turns and then just casts it immediately, but like in the kind of like mindscape, like dismisses this like strange kind of painted one. Is like, go home.
Yeah.
Can I add a help action to that? To whatever you have to roll?
So I'm casting it.
Well, I don't think.
So choose a thing in choose a thing within range. Any spell of third level or lower ends. Just
Never
straight
mind.
up.
Just that. Okay. Great.
And if it's a 4th level or higher, that's when then I have to roll.
Okay.
And so I could spend a 3rd level spell to try and get it up another level.
So
I'm trying
say
to.
It is above a 3rd level spell. So, what was the DC again for it? It's
DC is 10 plus the spell's level.
Okay.
And I make an ability check using my spell casting ability. So I think it would just be my flat charisma. Is that right?
Your
and proficiency.
And proficiency. Okay.
Yeah. So you were
that's
trying
much
to hit
much nicer.
a DC 15.
So I have a +7, which is pretty good. I rolled a 3.
Ooh.
So it's a 10. So that's not it.
Can I give my inspiration?
Oh,
I will allow you to give your inspiration, absolutely.
Okay, because this is super cool.
Please, but also like, please, so I'm imagining that like and again in this mindscape am just like trying to just dismiss this, like the fake help that he is, where like, get out of here, I don't want you, and then like it doesn't leave. Like I expect it to like, oh, I cast the spell, it's just gonna go away, no problem, and then it's like still there and still looming and still repeating these phrases over and over as I'm like hearing you say, it's there's an enchanted or something. So to set the scene for your intervention, I suppose.
Yeah.
And I also want to add Kobold press spell, Auspicious Warning. It's a reaction when an ally makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw.
Hey.
You get to roll a d4.
Hey.
Ooh.
And the vocal component here is just, you're gonna need this.
And again, you just see like the hand kind of extend, or the like staff extend, and just it's no big deal, but then you see nothing happens, and then Mereletta's like, and leans in a little bit more as you kind of like egg her on, basically.
Yeah. All right, roll again.
And d4.
Hey, I got a 16. So
with the D4?
Ooh, with the D4. Well, actually, no, it is even higher with the D4.
Okay, you are able to.
Thanks, allies.
You watch Shy as this kind of green mantle around them, this bubble, pop and disperse as the enchantment around them has been dispelled. And you can see Jaya, there's like almost a very physical reaction as like this really uppity, rigid like butler just kind of slumps a little bit and like holds their head, and he's like, oh, God. Oh, thank you.
It's all right. It's all right. Please have some tea. Watch the tooth.
Immediately comes to you, grabs you by the shoulders, like, you don't understand. You must help the Lord, the lady.
I'm going upstairs.
You immediately.
I hurry after.
Yeah.
You start running. The two of you start running. Hearing behind you, like, you must help the young lord. And the two.
Right.
The two of you run upstairs.
Yeah.
You immediately run into. I'm going to drag you all over to.
Yeah, let's go.
The old Lavinia is here.
Yeah. I got rid of her.
Let's get rid of that.
Not canon.
Not.
That's the alternate universe version.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'll put you all up here as well, so you can see what's happening.
Yeah, I think I will just pat Jaya on the head and start turning around and going.
Yeah. So, Minnie, you also end up here as well.
Mm-hmm.
And as
it's just a little owl.
Just an owl.
Just a little owl.
As the three of you are running up the stairs, you pass by this large, like, family portrait of what are a family of 5 dwarves. Dark skin, really curly hair. There are 5 of them. You know, there seems to be, just by the placement of the portrait, you see like the 2 like parental figures, the 2 children, and then in front the matron, the elderly, the grandmother in the scenario, all dressed in these like really dark, fine clothes, very warm but serious faces. In this, and you run up all of these stairs, and you you're passing by all of these people. Shy, as you're running up, you're seeing like there are like other like staff, other people. Thank you. Is that?
Yeah.
There? Yeah, cool. Sorry, just focusing up the map, and you see there are like all of these other waitstaff who are just like watching all of you as you are heading up. Each of them. Sorry, go for it.
Do I see those enchantment bubbles on them as well? The detect magic will last up to 10 minutes.
Yes, you see all of them are cloaked in this green bubble mantle. All of them watching you with curious and not aggressive, but not friendly. They are cautious, they are curious, and they are very, very watchful, let's say. And so sorry, go for it.
No, I was going to say, from presumably Butler Jaya's arms behind you guys, Mereletta, being still carried and maybe still shaken, says, I don't have enough spell slots for all of those.
As you're running up, you come into another grand hall, a bunch of doors leading to a bunch of potential rooms. There are specifically 2 doors directly in front of you, another 2 rooms to your right, and a room to your left, and then a hallway that goes down around the corner on your right as well. Can you kind of tell where the doors are?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can ping it on the map. So yeah, there are doors here, here,
Bing.
Here, and here.
Did Jaya come up the stairs?
Do you kind of push Jaya off of you to allow you to take the 2?
More of a gesture for him to take me up as well.
Okay, yeah, Jaya follows you, and you can tell again. All of you can tell that Jaya's like looking around at the other waitstaff with so much like paranoia. It's just we must go. We must move quickly.
Where? What direction is the Lord's room?
There, and points to immediately like the door that's like to your right, and opens the door. Let me reveal to you what is inside.
Yeah. Before we go in, I will just slap a quick bless on all 3 of my friends here. Once again, I bonk your head with mine. But it's like your back, so you're a little pushed forward.
These are
and
attack rolls, ability checks,
it's just attack rolls or saving throws. You can add a d4.
Amazing. So you all enter into this room that Jaya lets you in. this room stinks. It is stale, musty, and this is the you know the smell that a room gets when someone has just been like sick for a while, and like they've been like, I'm not leaving this room, and so it's all of the smells of just like unwashed clothes and unwashed sheets. This the smells of like old like vomit and stuff that just hasn't been cleaned. It's like this is the room of someone who has been ill for seemingly quite some time. Lying on the bed is one of the figures that you saw in the painting. It is this this black dwarven person with locks that are kind of tied up into a ponytail. They are wearing just like this long white gown, lying in bed, eyes wide open, bloodshot, sitting here motionless and silent, just eyes following you as each of you enter the room.
Do I see anything magical in this room?
You still haven't. There is. You sense the presence of magic all around Akachi. It is not the magic of a spell as much as it is the magic of a presence, if that makes sense. And so there's no like spell type or anything here to be able to garner any information from, but there is something deeply, deeply magical about him, or something around him, a part of him, intertwined. You're not quite. This aura seems entangled within him in some way, shape, or form, but the source or cause of it, you're not quite sure.
I will relay this to the party. I don't know where it's from, but it's everywhere. Oh, no.
Ever since the young master had returned last week, he's been acting strange. And even stranger, the lords and lady of the house have been acting strange as well over the past couple of days. Them not so much in the same state. Poor Akachi has not been able to speak or do much of anything. I fear that whatever is wrong with him is also the cause of whatever is wrong with the lord and lady of the house as well.
Did we know that there was something wrong with him? Sorry.
Yeah.
With
I couldn't remember.
No.
I couldn't.
This
I didn't think so.
This is the first time you've heard that there's something wrong with the parents.
With the parents.
Right.
Yeah.
I was going to say.
Just with Akachi.
What Lavinia is looking out for, maybe this is medicine, is this a thing that's contagious? Like, is that how...
Yeah, give me a medicine check to see if this is a disease, if this is... Yeah, 100%. Also, any other checks that people want to be doing right now as well, let me know.
To spend my magical guidance, reroll.
Okay.
Do it.
Much better. I have to use a sorcery point for big deal. But that is an 18.
Okay, on an 18, you are looking over the body of Akachi, and the entire time Akachi is still just like watching all of you move around them, like seemingly unable to speak or move. And as you are looking over the body, like checking pulse, checking temperature, all of that good stuff, it doesn't seem like this is a medical issue. This doesn't seem to be an illness or a disease of any kind. You don't believe that you have to worry about any kind of contamination or contagion that might affect you.
Perhaps some sort of arcane, divine, or necromantic transference to the parents then. Or looks at Akachi. The thing that is within him is spreading to other people.
Sister, can you possibly dispel this?
Oh, perhaps. Let's look, sister.
Unsure.
We've danced around it all day, if not for weeks. It's just the two of us. It's just the two of us. Our third sister has left, has abandoned us. But I think we are still strong together. I should be gesturing with my tea, still spilling everywhere. We are still together, very capable, very independent, but dependent. Same time.
Yes.
Let's spend some time. It doesn't seem to be immediately dangerous. Why don't you and I, why don't we put our heads together? Try to see, is there anything that we know about this that we can figure out? Some arcane knowledge we might be able to, putting our considerable heads together that we could figure out.
Yes. Okay.
What's your arcana bonus?
Because
she asked in character.
We used to be a coven, so you could see my character sheet if you
That's true. That's true. I know. I've seen it. I've seen it all.
These
arcane
scrolls that tell us about who we are.
I will give you. I will give you the help action as we are, kind of like putting our brains together and just like prodding this child. I'm imagining like with my stick, just like.
Well, Lavinia just did an arcana check to see that it was medicine check.
Right,
so
exactly.
Maybe an arcana check would be good. History could also be good as well. To try to see if we've seen this sort of disease before.
You decide what kind of check that we're rolling, and I will support you regardless.
Thank you.
We must forge together in this new time. If we do not have our sister, then what do we have? Nothing.
I'll poke your shoulder. Boop, and give you guidance.
and then I cast guidance on Minnie too.
I don't think.
Yeah, no, we all. I get the guidance. She gets the guidance. Everyone gets. I pass guidance back to you. It's just guidance everywhere. It's amazing.
Guidance everywhere.
All right. So I can see. I will give you some options.
Yes.
You could roll an Arcana check, a History check, a Religion check, or an Insight check. Any of those four. They will. Each of them will give you different kinds of answers. Obviously.
Can I choose two?
You would have to make two different checks, but yeah.
I would love to make two different checks, essentially, because I'm proficient with Arcana, History, and Insight.
Okay.
So those are all things that, like, if we're standing in this room, I would probably be glancing to do.
Gotcha. Which one are you
all at once? I'll do the Arcana check first.
Okay.
Taking one with advantage because of Mereletta?
Yeah, only taking one with advantage because of Mereletta.
Great.
So that would be this one.
That's a natural 20 for a 24.
Ooh.
That's 3 natural 20s.
Amazing.
The power of sisterhood.
Yeah, there's guidance on there, but I'll use that for the next one.
Yes. So as the two of you are kind of talking over, like, okay, what is it? What could this be? And you've heard of all the symptoms. You've all of this good stuff, right? Mm-hmm. You're looking at Akachi now, seeing the state that they're in. You've heard that there is seemingly an aura around him that is entangled within him somehow. A magical aura of some sort. You believe, based on all of this information that you're getting, that not even possibly, for a fact, because I think there's something you see in Akachi's eyes, a pain, a desire, a want for help and freedom in this moment, that you are looking at a possession. There's some kind of spirit here. There's some kind of entity that has found itself entangled, entrapped, or possibly by choice within the body of Akachi.
The possession is the magical thing, or is there a spell?
The possession is the magical thing. The magical thing that Shy was detecting earlier was this presence.
Great. Yeah. And then I will go ahead and do I want to do history. I want to see if this has happened before, if I've heard of this, if this is something that we have done. And I'll add my guidance onto whatever.
Allegedly.
I don't. Allegedly. No charges. No charges.
Statute of limitations, I think.
It's been more than 20 years on Double Jeopardy as well. They can't catch us if we do it twice.
You can't charge two sisters of the same coven of the same crime.
This takes place in America. This whole story.
It does. Magical Colorado.
Magical Colorado.
Okay, I'm gonna do history. Okay, so I got a 13, and I can add a D4 on that.
Yes.
Is it like RD4? R1D4?
It's / R space 1D4.
Okay, 16 total.
With the 16, possessions happen all the time. You know, there's so many spirits, so many demons, so many ghosts. You know,
who hasn't spent a fun weekend being possessed or possessing someone?
Right,
especially all the time.
Especially as witches, people have come to you to like, hey, you know, you could.
My partner cheated on me, and so I want to possess their lover and then cause chaos.
etc.
This kind of thing happens all the time. You could spit somewhere and hit someone who's been possessed.
It's endless summer fun for sure.
You know, with a 16, you know that there are 3 possible things that you can do in a possession, right? First and foremost, if you're dealing with some kind of spirit that is, you know, harming both the person who is being possessed and also like having those energies spread out and mess with other people, you know, first and foremost, you can always kill him. That'll handle it. You know, if you kill him, the spirit's gone, right? Done deal. Second, you can find a way to interact with the entity that is possessing them, right? If you can figure out why this possession is happening, whether it be, you know, brought upon by someone else, whether it be this spirit chose to possess them, you can talk to them and figure out what's going on. How do we help you get out, you know? Third, if you happen to know the entity's true name or able to find a way to divine its true name or be able to interact with it, you can forcefully expel it from their body in an exorcism. Of course, this can be very dangerous, and it can also, you know, have negative effects on the person you are exorcising. But it is a way to do it if, let's say, option number 2 doesn't work and like you can't like find a way to come to an agreement or help the entity. And if you don't want to kill the person.
Okay.
If we are able to speak to the creature, I have a method of truth seeking.
Ooh.
Well, I guess the question is, what does Minnie tell us are our options?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, so we can either interact with it or we can exorcise it. And what I mean is the thing that happened to be possessing our friend here, our sick friend here. There's always the option of killing as well, but I assume that's not welcome by the family.
Please don't kill the young master.
Yes, we get it.
We'll call it a distant third option, still in the butler's hands.
It's still in the realm of things we could do, but we won't.
Just making lists.
So for now, how comfortable do we feel talking to a spirit or talking to the possessor?
Let's do it.
Certainly.
I have an idea. I look to Jaya. Did the young lord have any favorite songs?
You could just say
Are we
yes.
all thinking the same thing?
Yes, I think we
Okay,
all thought the same
no.
thing. No.
Does the lord have any other favorite songs?
Well, other than this musical he really, really loves. He's a huge fan of Star Kid. But outside of that,
A musical sweeping the nation.
a musical sweeping the nation. Well, there was a song his grandmother used to sing him. Perhaps do you think that will help make it easier to contact this spirit?
Can you sing, Jaya?
Can I sing? Oh,
We will need you to sing.
I haven't sung in what feels like ages, but perhaps I can.
I can go. We can go. Is the grandmother of the house, was she displaying any vacancy of expression?
Jaya needs to sing.
Jaya does
No,
need to be the singer.
I'm coming in for a duet. I want Jaya and the grandma to come sing.
Oh, now you sing?
If I'm being,
Oh, the grandma, not you. Okay.
if I'm being honest, it's probably not best to talk to Lady Iyabo or any. Look, and I think like realizing now the state that he is in and like the situation at hand, I think turns to the door and very quickly goes to it and closes it with everybody inside and says, if I'm being quite honest, I don't think any of the other lords and ladies of the house will be of much help. Whatever might be afflicting the what?
Sing.
You have to sing. I am unsheathing a blade and with my paladin
Just right to his neck, 6'4" above you.
For a different reason. I am a paladin. I'm an annihilation paladin, and therefore my presence alone, I think it encourages foul and nefarious spirits to react badly. So I'm unsheathing a blade, and starting to charge my channel divinity in hopes that we can get this party started.
I'm unsheathing my flute at the same time. I play like a like to help Jaya like
find
scales.
the note.
I
Yeah.
start beatboxing.
What does that sound like, Lexi?
How does a bird beatbox?
It's a really messed up thing I do with my beak.
It is messed up.
And
Oh no!
To create some kind of
And there's
bird lip.
little screeches in between little things like.
It's the true horrors of witchcraft are being shown.
Mm-hmm. And as you all have forced this man into a position where he must sing, goes, making your way in the world takes everything you got.
With just again a single flute note and bird beatboxing going on.
I love that I rolled my
sipping tea.
The nat 1 for that flute.
I rolled my flute. I got a nat 1, y'all.
Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot.
Mereletta leans over
to get away.
Would you like to get away?
Mereletta leans over to Lavinia and is like, we've done this dozens of times and it's usually much better than this.
I guess with the singing of Akachi's favorite song from Jaya, you will get advantage on whatever it is that you're trying to do to be able to engage with the spirit.
Channel divinity.
Channel divinity.
Well, and Joe, you said you had something you were thinking about trying too, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends.
But
But
no, you go first. I'll follow you.
okay, so
Yeah, I'm
something-
imagining I would even like lean over, like as this is going the way it's going. It's just like, well, they're working very hard. Why don't you do what you were going to do, and I'll join you over there on the other side of the room from that.
I have something called Candle's Insight, which is again a Farseer sorcerer spell.
Sick.
I'm gonna cast it on Akachi. I have a component candle, even though technically still fire. I think with this candle in particular, it's like a magical blue fire that I know I can control.
Wait, can it be purple?
It's purple.
Why is it purple, Stella? Why is it interesting to you?
Because we're in love and we won't talk about it, okay?
Mereletta notices that it's purple and just interesting.
Pulls out the little
Interesting.
black book and writes it down.
While it burns, I can question Akachi, and the candle will reveal whether the target speaks truthfully. Intentionally misleading or partial answers cause the flame to flicker and dim. An outright lie causes the flame to flare and then go out, ending the spell.
Okay.
Very cool.
Could you write all those down
Yes.
very briefly in the Discord chat so that I can have it up and remember it as we do this?
Yeah, this works very well.
Yeah. Okay. So you've got your spell up ready to tell if someone's lying or anything like that.
And I think that the spell that I'm going to do is, it's not a spell, it's my channel divinity. It's called Wither Foe. As an action, I can present my holy symbol and speak a prayer of damnation using my channel divinity, choosing one creature within 60 feet that I can see. That creature must make a charisma saving throw, and on a failed save, it takes necrotic damage equal to my charisma modifier plus my paladin level, and it has disadvantage on saving throws for 1 minute or until it's reduced to 0 hit points. I am going to, if I can, use the pulling out of my my weapon to start to coax and rip apart the existence of whatever is inside of this young master, and will try to make it make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. All right. What does it have to beat?
It has to beat. Where's my little spell save DC? It has to beat 14.
Okay. Amazing.
It will take some damage upon. No matter what, it will take some damage.
I'm gonna use my little glitter witch dice.
Yeah.
Speaking,
Hey,
Kendo. Speaking of which,
Yeah.
I would like to enact one of my Kobold Press Witch abilities in this moment,
Please do.
as written about in Deep Magic. Thank you. I think Volume 1, and sees my sister going for this classic patented move of brandishing a weapon to get things that we want done. And also sees like the candle is there and still hears the dulcet tones of one note on the flute and beautiful butler singing, and just like sits down next to the boy and just says, hello dear, we are witches here to help you. And I'm going to use my Hex ability, which means that this ghost needs to subtract a d6 from their d20 roll.
D6?
That's really, really good. All right.
Witches have
fire die.
witches essentially have reverse bardic inspiration, which is very cool.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I need
Kobold
that.
Press.
That's
Yeah, I
super
do.
cool.
There's
very-
so
it's
many
very
things that
good.
don't. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
D6 is huge.
All right. And you said I have to beat a 14?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So on the die, they rolled a 19.
Okay.
On the d6,
Mm-hmm.
they rolled a 1.
No.
So 18.
Frick.
So even without their modifiers, they do it.
Okay.
But they still take damage, right? On a
Yes.
on a successful one. Okay. How much?
Yes. They're going to take. It's gonna be my charisma plus my paladin level. So, whoa. Not the stat, the modifier. Yep. Okay. So, sorry, I was like 16. 3 plus 5 is 8. So they're gonna take necrotic damage. 8 necrotic damage.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome.
And they technically have. Oh wait, creature must be on a failed save. Oh, never mind. They succeeded, so they don't. Nothing
Yeah.
happens. I think.
Yeah.
Dang.
Okay, so you begin to try to Mereletta, as you sit down, trying to coax out this spirit from the person of Akachi, and you, Minnie, begin to bring about your energies to essentially try to like compel this this entity as well, using your magic. And you, Lavinia, are sitting beside, focusing your energies on this candle, trying to be able to divine what's going on. And Shy, you stand there waiting, watching for something to happen as this butler is singing the opening to Cheers, an amazing play that everyone loves. And you watch as the body of Akachi jerks and twists and like break in certain places and reform itself and then break again. You're watching as their body bend, twist, and fold itself like origami, and bend, twist, and fold itself back, and the breaking of bones. And then sitting there still, back in form, eyes bloodshot, watching you. Finally, his mouth opens. Well, 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 well. Look what we have here. Who dares to call upon me?
What's your name again?
You want to know my name?
Yep.
You think I'm a fool? I have many names. Many people have called me many things, but you may call me, well, it's a little hard to pronounce my name.
Well, then give us an easier way.
Give us a nickname.
Or say whatever your name is in your full tongue and
Initials.
And laugh as we stumble upon it. Stumble over
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead. Give us your name.
Work with me here. I need you to take your hand. Take your index finger and your thumb.
Mm-hmm.
Stick out your tongue and grasp it at the tip. And
I'm watching everyone else do it.
And try to say the words, backwards we fall.
Backwards we fall.
A little slower.
Backwards we fall.
A little more enunciation.
I looked to Lavinia.
More enunciation.
We're working with you. You don't need to yell.
Oh, you're the one who called me. Sorry.
Jared.
Wait, I have a quick interjection.
I too.
Wow, guys, the Kobold Press witch class. So many great tools, so many fun things. One of the things that I have is my spirit book. It gives me a great many things, usually just a couple extra spells, a few fun things like that. But in addition, it lets me understand any language that I hear or read. Any language. It doesn't say anything. Okay. So I'm curious, barring any mispronunciations by our mortal tongues, would I understand what this name is in a different language that I maybe could say?
This name, as you are hearing it, I think what I will give you out of this is...
It is very reasonable that I wouldn't just get the answer, but I'm just curious.
Yeah. I think you don't get a definition, right? But I think what you do get with your spirit book is actually you understand the name that it's trying to get you to say. And that name is Backwas Wufa.
remarkable.
Do I? Okay. Can I speak a couple other languages. Unfortunately, my book doesn't let me speak every language. Just so I can eavesdrop and hear the gossip of others is why I can hear all of it and not speak it. Can I just start saying it in other languages and like, whatever the equivalent would be in like Avian and Common and Sylvan and that kind of thing?
This is a name without any there are no words.
Totally.
And this is what I think you realize in your spirit book. This is not a language.
Yeah, got it.
This is not at least not one from your plane. This feels something much, much more otherworldly than that.
Yeah, like of magic itself, kind of level of name.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, got it. You were gonna say something, Lexi?
I would like to ask for a bit of a boon. Because one of the very things that I, as a Fey, and specifically a witch, who is falling apart at the seams, but I did ask them to give me their name. And they responded and gave me their name, gave all of us their name. So, if possible, I would love to possibly later on, or maybe roll something now, or spend a spell slot or something, but if this can turn into some sort of boon for us.
Is this you, Lexi, asking me?
This is me asking if the Feywild always is like, if someone says, give me your name, don't give your name. So I specifically chanted and said, give us your name. And then they responded. So I'm wanting so badly to cause ruin.
Yeah.
With
you know
this.
What? I'll give you this. Based on what it told you, right? It was like, I have a bunch of names that people call me, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is most certainly a name.
Yes.
And it is definitely not just like any name that anyone would call it, right? You don't think that this is its true name, but it is a name that holds some power with it, right? You definitely, the Fey in your blood, it rings with the possibilities of what this could be used for.
It's not the government Christian name.
Dang it.
Could you see what you should have done, Lexi, is chant, show us your driver's license, and then maybe you would have been in business.
Social security number.
Where's your birth certificate? Social security number. Mother's last maiden name. Last maiden name.
God.
Lexi, unless there's anything that you want to do.
Yeah.
No, that's it for right now.
Also, Lavinia, you've been noticing that everything so far has been truthful.
Truthful. Okay. Jared. Rather than your name, what are your intentions with the young lord and his body?
My intentions? I have no intentions. I find myself here. There is a flicker.
You can't have no intentions.
Oh, well, I've been thinking about it. I haven't quite figured out specifically what I want to do yet, and that's partially because I don't have full control yet.
Is he fighting back?
Oh, as much as he can. But I don't think he's got that much longer.
What do you want?
What do I want? Wanting is not for those like me. I desire nothing. I just am Lavinia.
We didn't say Lavinia's name to it, did we?
You did not.
Out loud?
You did not.
He just knows.
I step in front of her.
Oh, and here comes the satyr savior, here to protect their love. What a shame it won't matter once you're dead.
Leave the young boy alone.
Oh, I'm doing nothing with the young boy. And you see the head like snaps almost like in a way that should break the neck of this person, but it just turns and breaks at an odd angle and stares at you, Shy. I can't leave him alone quite yet. There's still so much to be done. Potentially. Maybe. Who knows?
Is it true?
It is. There's the flicker.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're using purposefully misguiding words.
Yes. That's the truth.
You must have something that you want from this family. Noble, riches, an inheritance, potentially.
You think I care for money?
Do you love the boy?
Do I love the boy? I care not for him. He is but a form.
Why do you need a form?
I need a form.
Something
to touch, to feel, to smell, to taste, to be here.
And why do you need to be here so badly?
I don't need to be here.
you want to be here.
Want is such a fun word. Do I desire it? Do I want it? I mean, in my multitudes, perhaps? Yes, I would like to be here, but partially because others want me to be here, I believe.
History check on any recent cults or warlocks?
Yeah. Give me a history.
Yeah,
History?
smart.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Good thinking.
Natural 20.
That's it. We're done.
We're
done.
Get out.
You can
Stream's
just
over.
if you just want to wrap it up, Kendo, then I think we have the
That's it.
answer. Just tell us what happened.
Yeah.
We'll go from there.
On a natural 20, you remember something, and it's taken you a second to like really kind of grok this, I think, because I feel like it's been long enough and so much was going on at that time that you didn't really quite notice. But that painting that you saw earlier, with all of the like family members, you recognize one of the people in there, the one that was standing next to Akachi, his sister. You have seen her once before talking with your creator. In the way that people do with witches, right? I have a problem, please. There's so much in my life, so much in the world that I'm afraid of. Is there anything you can do to help rid me of this paralyzing fear? And of course your creator helped, abided, and gave them a book, a grimoire of names, of entities, of fear. And you remember in that, would you say Lavinia was a nosy child, one who would
Not nosy, but I could hear everything.
You remember this entity's name being spoken, and now I think now you know it's the name that it was trying to get you to say, Bakwaz Wifa, as a entity of fear, a shifting mound of all that everyone has ever feared, will fear, and does fear. It cares not for really anything. It desires nothing. It exists because people exist, and because people fear. And like many entities such as this, Bakwa's Weefall has a cult, not because Bakwa's Weefall wants a cult, but there is a cult. That wants, who believes that fear is an anchor, a shackle that we tie ourselves to, bind ourselves to. That fear is what the body does when it is averse to possibility, to our potential. And the only way to reach one's true potential is to dive headfirst into the waters of fear beneath its murky depths and make that which we feared a part of ourselves, to acknowledge it, to make it unentangleable from us.
Okay.
If no one else has something, I have an idea.
I'm not sure what to do.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. I will step forward. I will actually hand my sword over to Lavinia. And I will step forward and say, well, perhaps you should find a different body. The boy can't do anything for you.
No.
I look over my shoulder.
What are you offering?
I'm not looking at the boy ghost. I'm looking over at Lavinia.
It is like a not broken eye contact, like bloodshot eyes wide.
You are not allowed to do this.
Oh, but who are you to say what Shy is allowed to do? Shy's their own person, aren't you? Come on.
I don't know if I am. But what other choice do we have? We have to get it out of him.
We could kill the child.
This is truly an option.
I don't think we should
And
do
she
that.
like looks at the ghost. And like the kid's like, we could kill the child. And I think she means it. Like, she doesn't want to.
Yeah.
But like,
Also,
I actually
say,
think
this is not a child. This is like a 19-year-old.
Like
yeah,
perfect.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Okay, that changes a lot of things.
Yeah,
okay.
He's gone through puberty. He's fine. We can.
Okay.
But like,
I think with this threat in front of us, Kendo, walk hand in hand with my brain.
I've got you.
Aww.
Okay. So what Lavinia thinks at this moment is that we all need to summon, conjure, curate all of our fears into this room right now. I have a first level spell that I will upcast to level 3 called Insightful Maneuver. It's not exactly how you use the spell, but with a flash of insight, you know how to take advantage of your foe's vulnerability. Until the end of your turn, the target has vulnerability to one type of damage of your choice. Additionally, if the target has any other vulnerabilities, you learn them. I will upcast this at 3rd level. I will use all my sorcery points or whatever for Lavinia to essentially conjure in her sudden new fear of losing Shy right now. This like whirlwind of fire, of insecurity, of whatever Shy or Mirellatta's fears are right now, and for us to anchor ourselves and not with this creature in front of us, to show that you don't need anchors. Fear is here. Fear has always been here. You are a greater thing. Get out of this boy's body.
How does everybody? When Lavinia? I'm super down with this. Everybody else, when Lavinia how does Lavinia pitch this to everybody?
First of all, what am I using? Am I using a 3rd level spell or all my sorcery points? How do we want to do it?
Let's go with the third level spell.
I think Lavinia isn't this. If to Lavinia, this is within seconds. So I think Lavinia looks at everyone, just like turns around with the candle and says, "Bear with me." She blows on the controlled fire of the candle, and the candle will just blow into like an inferno that will encircle the room suddenly, and it will now capture everyone else's fears in this room. So in this like purple inferno, like gathering around all 4 of us right now, you will see your fear. You will experience it. Not necessarily overcome it, but how do you look at your fear?
Yeah.
As like a thing rather than what it is.
So, as this whirlwind of flames circles around all of you in this bed with a kachi on it, and the flames begin to rise, and you feel these disparate parts of yourself being pulled and tugged on, trying to find some deeper thing, this fear, and pull it from you, manifest it here in this space. I think everything goes really, really, really bright, and then everything goes dark. And with that, we will be right back. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a 5-minute bio, and we will be back for the potential conclusion of the burning house of Allassane. See, go get some water, go stretch, whatever you need to do. Don't worry, we'll be back.
Worry.
Or worry.
I'll worry a little, like a little worry.
Yeah, okay. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. I hope you enjoyed the break. Wait, what did I do? Okay, there it is. Hey, okay. Welcome back, everybody, to the Burning House of Allassane. Thank you all for being here with us. Don't forget that this is a charity stream. We are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation International. We were told earlier that if we get to $300, I think we essentially help them. We help Make-A-Wish get to their overall goal of $25,000. We're only $75 away from making that happen. Ooh. So you have until the end of the stream to go and get some. Come on, if you give me $25, not me. If you give us $25, if you donate $25, you can have me invoke their fears, which I'm already going to be doing. So don't even worry about that one. $50, you can give them experience. You can give one of them not experience, inspiration. $100, you give me inspiration. Let's see if we can make $300 happen. I believe in us. There's so many wonderful giving people here, and we've gotten this far. So let's see if we can get just a little bit further. Now, last we left off, Lavinia was summoning a wall of fire with the use of their candle to be able to help manifest the fears of each of our party members here, so that they can help convince and potentially push this entity, called Bakwa's Wifa, out of the body of Akachi. Let's see if they make it. As I said last, everything was dark. And I'm going to roll a d4 to see who amongst you, among us, will be the first.
I quit.
To okay, well, bye. We were at the end. You almost made it. Let's see.
But for the kids,
for the children, which of us will, or which of you will be dealing with your fears first? Mereletta. I think you're the only person whose fear hasn't been invoked.
Correct.
Yet, so this will be fun.
So, go ahead.
Yeah. I have an idea.
Okay. Well, we'll yes, and I'm sure we'll be able to navigate this boat into port. As this idea kind of gets broached, and we are surrounded by this mystical fire throughout the room, and the plan kind of crystallizes, and we are all individually coming to terms or steeling ourselves or whatever with having to be confronted with our greatest fears, whether we know what they are or not. Mereletta has kind of a pause as to what hers is. And, she's thinking, I like this plan. Is it like a big, I don't like open fields very much. Is that enough? Is that right? Is that, I don't know. We'll see. It's fine. But she just kind of goes into whatever the kind of ritual portion is. And she's still sitting on the bed, has still managed to stay there despite all the very creepy things that are happening, because she's a witch, and that's what witches are conditioned to do. And she looks at this young person and this entity, kind of one and of the same, and very slowly just kind of reaches out a hand and puts her hand on his, imagine just sitting right next to them or in their lap or something, and just touches it. And she enters into a kind of a trance, again, very witchy kind of thing, not uncommon, just kind of lowering her defenses to a degree. And then just kind of waits for a second, or at least what feels like waiting for her, until she is just knocked in the back of the skull by the thing that she actually fears most, and that she didn't realize maybe until just this moment, where she is indeed in a dark, wide open plain. No details, no stars, no stars, no moon, most kind of horrifically. But more than anything, she gets the sense that she is alone in it. And now, Kendo, you can throw in more detail.
As you stand here in this wide, dark, open space, all alone, you begin to hear the sounds of chatting, of voices, of whispers and gossip and conversation. The sounds that you would normally hear at like a tea house or a nice like cafe or something.
Favorite sounds.
Your favorite sounds. And you start hearing like, oh, like things of like, oh, what's going on in the day and all of that wonderful things. And as you start to hear these voices, you start to see the shapes of the people making these noises, sitting down at tables, talking, walking, and they begin to appear in shadowy, translucent forms around you. What do you do?
I think she just keeps trying to reach out and say something, and like in the practiced way that she does, just kind of like trying to sidle up into conversation and just insert herself with a fun anecdote or observation or, total dunk on whoever is talking, whatever it is. And she just keeps trying to do that, but can't speak and doesn't seem like she's being noticed. Like, even if she just is standing in the, this desperation increases. She keeps trying, she keeps flitting between different groups, different pockets of people to the point where she's standing in the middle of circles, just right in the middle of everyone, and is screaming to be heard. Nothing is coming out. There's no sign of any acknowledgement that she exists, let alone of that she's saying anything or contributing anything. And it is to the point where she can feel her vocal cords, kind of getting fried and hurting and getting sore and worse. And she just is totally desperate.
Yeah. And as you are crying out to be heard, to be seen by all of these people, amongst all the chatter and chit chat and gossip, there is a voice that pierces everyone else's non-acknowledgement of you. How does it feel? How does it feel to be so damn small? And you turn to the source of the voice,
and the person that turns is Mereletta as a child. It's like just this like maybe 6-year-old little Kenku kid, like wearing just total like rags, nothing.
Yeah. And you also notice when the voice came out, everybody stopped talking and turned to the voice. And you see this tall elven man, maybe standing about like 5'11", 6 foot, with short dark hair tied in braids, almost in like almost like a crown upon his head, wearing these dark black, purple, and silver robes. And he walks with this grace, with this there is not a movement that is wasted from him as he walks towards you, towering over you now as you are now. And you see as all of these shadowy, translucent shapes turn, watching his every motion. How does it feel to be so insignificant, but a child in the face of everything? So ignorant of the truth, so painfully naive of your own role in things.
There are just like tears streaming down her like little baby bird face, and she doesn't do it often, but she's a Kenku, right? And there's a degree of like ability to mimic. She can speak totally. That's her normal speaking voice, all that stuff. But the only thing that she is able to say, whether it is because this is her answer, or whether it is literally she's physically, arcanely, whatever, unable to say anything else, the thing that comes from her little beak is that person's voice just saying the word insignificant over and over. And she can't say anything else, and she's just crying, and it doesn't even sound like she's crying, but it's just this perfect mimic of that, as she is surrounded by all of these people and confronted by this person.
And you see this elven man just kind of standing above you, slowly like kneels down to your level, but still like much, like obviously like much taller than you, and like has this look of just sadistic joy of like seeing like, yes, you understand. You understand. You know. Your significance is not something that could be removed. No matter how hard you try, no matter how much you put yourselves into the lives of other people, no matter how much you offer them gifts, offer them tea, offer them conversation, offer them company, at the end of the day, the tea runs out. You will be gone, and their lives will continue. And he begins to reach towards you, and like I think as we do, like the camera sees like the hand like move towards you, and like you're still as small, because I think you've like gotten down to the ground, but it is like the older version of you now. But still crying, still like wailing, and just puts a hand on the side of your face. That is what you are. And then takes like their thumb and like slides it into your beak, and then slowly puts their fist in your mouth, and you can feel as if their hand slowly turns into a fluid in your mouth and begins to like slowly flow, like forcefully flow into you. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
I think I have an actual, where did I put it? There. I have an actual physical dice. I have one single D20 that it feels like I should roll in this moment. This would be a good time to roll it. This would be a good time. I don't know that's a good D20. It was on the floor for several months that I lost, so it might have a lot of bad karma. We'll see what happens. It forgives me. It was a 14 on the die. So 16.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
Give me 1 second, you razzer.
You are, oh wait, sorry. Okay, you take 12 necrotic damage as this person, you succeed, by the way. So that was good. That was half. You feel as this person slowly begins to melt into this dark, muddy goop. And like from like the mouth just forcefully is like this fluid is trying to enter you at this point, make itself a part of you, but you are able to hold your ground. What is going through your mind right now as you feel the force of not just their words, but the feeling of this elves' weird dark goop, you know?
Mereletta, when she was younger, was a runner. You know, when stuff that was bad, when bad stuff or uncomfortable stuff happened, she ran. You know, just was out of there. And she has spent her entire life. There was an inflection point where she decided she was not going to do that anymore, and makes herself everyone else's problem, essentially, as a response. And she is feeling the deepest urge to just run as fast and as far as she can, to get away from these people, to get away from this person, from getting away from this feeling. And the only the thing that she is clinging to is just that she decided that she doesn't want to run anymore. And that, like, it doesn't go beyond that. It is not, I am not good enough. I'm not I'm not interesting enough. I'm not significant enough. It is, no, I am not leaving this spot because I have decided I'm not going to do that ever again.
And so you stand there as the whole of this man liquefies and forces itself into your body and is gone. You have swallowed him whole. And the shades of the people disappear, the voices disappear, and you are left alone in the dark. Shy.
What's up?
How do you begin to indulge and engage in your fear?
I've handed my sword over to Lavinia, and I've bodily stepped in front of her. I refuse to make eyes with the creature, so I'm looking only at Lavinia. As the flames consume the room, I see stray flickers, embers that cast off of the main flames in front of me. They begin to shape, and they're almost almond-like in shape as they form eyes. And they don't go away. The fire, though it cascades across the walls, eventually diminishes and leaves back only behind a wall of eyes. Staring, lidless, unblinking. And I am trying to only look at Lavinia, but I can see it in my peripheral vision. As I turn to look away, there's more. I cannot escape them. When I try to look back to Lavinia, I don't see her anymore.
When you try to look back to Lavinia, instead of seeing your companion there, you see a long hallway. Eyes flanking on either side, lidless, unblinking, all staring at you. And in the end of this hallway, there is like the shape of like there's like the half cut of a room of a kitchen, and inside of it you see a halfling woman, older, graying curly hair, olive skin, quickly rushing around from place to place, and there's like the moment you turn and look and like recognize the situation, she turns and looks back and says, "Shy!" And like smacks like a wooden spoon against a table.
A shudder runs through me and I feel it in my bones. Any armor, any shield, anything that I would have had against this person, it just falls off of me like dust. I'm wearing nothing but the clothes on my back. And raising up my hands, trying to shield my eyes, I run down the hall as quickly as I can, trying to escape the weight of them, unblinking, just watching me, following me. I burst into the room. What is it that you want? What can I do for you?
It is dinner time, young lady. Sit! And points to a chair that wasn't there before.
I scramble. My knees are weak suddenly. I try to get my way into the chair and it is not graceful.
Tis. And you see this halfling woman comes over and smacks the spoon just like against your knee. Doesn't do like damage, but it is a reminder of your lack of grace, of a judgment, let's say, on your manners.
Can't look at her.
Look at me when I am talking to you, young lady.
I'm somehow growing smaller in the chair. I am over 6 feet tall. I am a formidable person. I take up space. But I'm visibly shrinking as I force my eyes up onto her. I don't look her in the eyes. I'm looking at her face. I'm looking at her nose. I'm looking at her lips. I'm looking at her, but I'm not looking at her.
Why were you late?
I was lost. There was something. Ghost? No. A young man? No. A doll? Fire?
Stop mumbling. Speak up.
I'm sorry. I have no excuse.
Of course you don't. Why would you have an excuse? You're always hiding from responsibilities. You do not care what other people think. You do not care that your actions have consequences. You do not care that other people need things from you. I needed you to help me make dinner, and here you are not helping me with dinner. Always slow, always late, always hiding, never here.
I'm sorry, and I break down. I take my hands to my face, and I'm shuddering, I'm crying. This is not something that Shy can defeat. This is something that Shy ran away from. And no matter how hard she tries, she can't do anything against it.
The halfling woman takes the wooden spoon underneath your chin, raising your chin, forcing you to look at her.
There are tears streaming down. This is before the crack was on her face, so you don't see the embellishment of the arcane that is manifested in her. She is youthful, she is young. She's crying and her eyes are red. I'm sorry.
I don't need you to be sorry. I need you to be better. And she takes the spoon from underneath your chin, and forces it into your mouth.
She doesn't resist. She just tastes the wood. She can feel the splinters against her tongue.
And
she whimpers.
She continues to force this spoon further and further and further until eventually the tips of her thumb and finger are against your lip, but she continues to push further and further, and you feel as her hands enter your mouth, they begin to liquefy, turn into goo, and until it's fingers deep, fist deep, wrist deep, arm deep. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Hopefully I do well with this.
I hope so too.
Oh, poor Shy. Okay, this is pretty high. 24.
On a 24, okay. I'm gonna take half damage on. Oh my god, why did I roll that? Okay. You take 11 damage.
Okay. Very good. And for our viewers, I just want them to know that we are using safety tools. Yeah.
Yes, please, viewers, we are getting into the horror part of this. Please, if you need, feel more than free to take a step away. We are actively checking in with each other as we are playing.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Stella. You are able. What is going on through your mind right now as you were feeling as you were feeling and seeing this woman liquefy in front of you and slowly forcing into your body?
It's panic. It's sheer helplessness, feeling unable to fight against it, and literally Shy has, in the physical meat world, has collapsed to their knees and they have curled in on themselves. And while they might not physically be choking on anything, they are emotionally choking.
Mm-hmm. Do you stop the rest of her from entering?
No.
Okay. You then sit there in this in this chair as you watch this woman liquefy into this dark, muddy goo, and eventually force the rest of her way into your body, becoming one with you in many ways. And she's gone. The kitchen is gone. You are in this dark space, sitting in a chair, surrounded by a wall of eyes. Minnie.
Oh no.
How do you interact with your fear?
I think that the scene continues as if we started to launch into a combat. I think that for a moment I see this spirit lurch forward and jump towards Shy, and I reach for my blade, but something that's quicker is casting a spell. I verbally react, trying to cast something. And I think that everything around me drops into deep pitch darkness, except for the boy sick in bed, the spirit in transit to Shy, and Shy standing there. And my voice is echoing as I'm verbally trying to cast a spell, trying so hard to make it happen. And everything is echoing around me, bouncing off of the forms in front of me, but also endlessly into this void space around me. I speak for 1 second, 6 seconds, an hour, 10 hours. I am echoing, and nothing is coming through. And from behind me, I hear a familiar voice who asks me, or tells me, rather, I knew you couldn't do it. And the forms in front of me drop, and I turn around, and in this space that is created from my lack of power, I see Perlatrix. More confident than me in every way, more bold than me in every way. The person who saw my power first, who invited me to be in community with her. And I am disappointing her.
As you see Perlatrix, this tall, broad-shouldered, bold vulture of a person. Long, gangly limbs, patchwork of feathers, but she still holds herself proudly. Her eyes narrow at you. I knew you couldn't do it. Her long neck cranes. You never could.
I could. And I have.
Oh. Then you better be ready. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
What was that?
12. That's a 12.
On a 12, you realize it just a little too late. You should have recognized it at first, but this place feels, while a void, cold.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very last second, you notice a flash of light, and the coldness goes brighter. And from the side of you, not from Perlatrix, but from someone else, this large icicle shard comes flying through, stabbing you deep in the leg, bringing you down to a knee. You're going to take 8 cold damage.
Okay.
And you turn and you see this this human woman. She is pale as the moon, white hair, glowing blue eyes, or eyes so blue they feel like they're glowing, wearing this frosty white and blue gown, who has a wand outstretched towards you and a smile that could kill.
What have you done? My hands are cradling this, like, the space where this icicle has stabbed into my leg.
Perlatrix responds, I thought you said you could do it. You can't even dodge a spell.
You're underestimating me.
Am I? Then kill her. Come on. Do something. Cast a spell. Pull a knife. Do anything useful.
I'm gonna attempt to cast Shatter.
On the
Yeah.
On who, I guess.
On the pale person.
At what level?
3rd level. Or 2nd level, sorry.
She
I only got
can
2nd level.
You see her wand, just like a flick of her wrist. Bam! You try to reach out for your magics, and it's immediately slapped out of the claws of your hands.
I tried to cast Magic Missile, 1st level.
Counterspell. And every counterspell she does, she takes like she takes like a step closer to you, like every time.
I try to cast Command.
Counterspells. Another step closer. Come on, Minnie! I thought you said you could do it!
How close is she to me?
She's probably about like 15 feet away from you right now.
I'll cast Moonbeam at the 2nd level.
Counterspelled.
With every single spell I'm casting, I'm throwing and lancing these spells forward.
And like with ease and grace, like as you're throwing them, she's just like almost like slapping them out of the air with her wand.
And at first, I think I start off saying, You're not better than me. And I'm casting magic missile. You're not better than me. Command. You're not better than me. Moonbeam. And as shatter, command, magic missile. And then as I cast Moonbeam, and it is so quickly dispelled, I think I fall to the ground, and my palms are on the ground. And I look up and I just say, why did you leave? I didn't have to do this before. Why? I never worried about my lack of power before, but you left. Now this isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me. This isn't me.
You hear Perlatrix's voice from like right behind you now, as if she is like come closer to you as you are still like had fallen to your knees. This other wizard just essentially like kind of like pointing down at you with her wand, and Perlatrix comes up behind you and says, I left because you weren't good enough. Why would I stay? Why would I need the help of someone so absolutely incompetent? You walked into the home of a powerful entity, thinking that you could come and make demands. And yet here you are, about to be killed by a witch whose name you don't even know, and but an echo of your own anxieties. You have placed the shackle upon yourself. You are useless because you think you are useless, because you are useless, because you know the truth, because you know exactly what you are. And you feel Perlatrix's talons grip the top of your head and pull your head up so you are facing the wand of this woman, who slowly puts the wand into your beak. And then goes further and further until her fingers are at the tip of your beak. And then further in, and you can feel as the wood of the wand and her fingers in your mouth begin to liquefy, feel your mouth almost choking you as it goes further. Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Will do. Twelve.
Okay. That is 26 damage, necrotic damage.
Okay. Yep.
As you feel this and watch as this woman melts into this dark, muddy fluid, slowly making its way, filling your mouth, filling your throat, filling your insides, and you feel the claws of Perlatrix above you, like fingers like deep in your skull. And she whispers in your ear as the woman disappears inside of you. I always knew Mereletta was better than you. And then she ungrips your head. And she's gone. What are you thinking in these moments?
I crumple to the floor like a doll being done, having been done. Like, this child is done. And I crumple to the floor like a plaything, as I always have been to her. And I think, My thoughts are just I think it's just I need you to come back. I need you back. It is this terrible, terrible thing where I am lying limp on the floor, crying, sobbing, knowing that though she was manipulative, I needed her back. And I feel worse now than any sort of damage she could have done.
Last but not least, Lavinia.
Bog hag, with their proximity to swamps, dangerous, toxic gases, fire is a danger to anyone. Specifically, the swamps, bogs, that these bog hags choose to have their coven, their children. But it is not necessarily where they get these children. Through the bog is this vulture. As it soars over nests and waters, it sweeps down low, glides towards the arms of a Triton family, and takes a baby. Pale, pink hair, and swallows the baby. Back in the bog where it is not unnatural necessarily for a Triton to be brought up, but a hexblood anew was born. And through several series of accidents within the bog, either from this vulture's magic on her own cauldron mishaps, attacks against her, fire did the most damage to this mother figure, this vulture. And there was a small child, pale, pink hair, and with new limb attachments to, well, accommodate for the lack of gills. Crumpled in the corner, hiding all of the skin that she even had, as her mother, her captor, screeched in her pain. She saw the damage that fire would do, the sheer and pure destruction of it. And she can't remember, from some distant memory, it feels as though fire had also taken something from a fish family of her dreams. She had met no fish before, no people as such. Fire didn't take everything away from her, but it would always be the end of all of the people that went after Perlatrix. This is how you came. This is how you will end. Immolated bodies all over the swamp floor. And a small child witnessing all of this from just a corner.
As you sit here in this corner, watching all of this carnage, the fires still raging, the immolated bodies lying on the swamp floor, you see this vulture Perlatrix, perched on a branch high above it all, watching. And as you look back down, you see dancing amongst the flames and the bodies, there's another. A red-skinned, broken-horned tiefling girl. About 18, 19, wearing a ragged dress. Muddied from the swamp. Who seems to command this fire alongside Perlatrix, who caws happily at the damage as more and more bodies are added to the pile, as more and more trees are added to the pile, as the swamp floor becomes bloody and muddy with the carnage that these two bring. And then the girl lays eyes on you. Do you want to play?
No.
No. But if we don't play, Mother will be mad.
She can be mad all she wants.
And you say that and you see her face kind of like twists and falls back. Oh no, oh no, 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 no. You're a troublemaker, aren't you? Mother won't have that. And you can see as the fire begins to twist and curl around, slowly making its way, trailing along the swamp floor, rising alongside her, trailing up her body and around her outstretched hand as she begins to walk closer to you.
I'm slide back, sort of, as I think I'm like sitting like on the floor, just like sliding back away.
Do you think it's okay to go against Mother? To cause trouble?
You're the only one causing trouble. She hasn't said anything to me.
Oh, I'm not causing trouble. No, I'm just doing what Mother wants. Mother loves the bodies, loves the fire, loves the swamp, loves the blood.
It hurts her.
That which hurts us also makes us stronger. Iron is forged in flames after melting. That which we fear only anchors us. You understand? And she walks closer as the fire begins to make a mote of flame in her hand that feels so concentrated, so potent, that it is almost like a solid in her hand. As she now stands maybe like 5 feet away from you, you having found yourself back against a tree in the swamp. Mother knows the gift that fire is. Despite it hurting her, it still bubbles her cauldron, still lights her home. Just because we fear it doesn't mean we shouldn't use it, sister. Here. Take it. And she like reaches out to like hand you this solid mote of flame.
I'd like to cast something.
Ooh, what are you casting?
I'm going to cast Caustic Touch, just a cantrip, but my hand sweats profusely and becomes coated in a film of caustic slime. I'm going to make a melee spell attack creature attack against her.
Mm-hmm.
And I will just...
Yeah, go for it.
That's going to be a 25 to hit.
Yeah, no, you hit.
I'm going to do 2d8 acid damage. And if she was concentrating on anything, she has a disadvantage on her concentration check.
Okay.
And that's going to be 10 points of acid as I literally essentially I just grab her hand. Her intention right now, Lavinia, she had no intention to overcome this, but spite does wonders for children. So her hand, in her fear, sweating, her sweat, she realizes becomes this almost like sticky film that sizzles. And she reaches fast and grabs onto hand, and even if it hurts me like severely, like whatever I gotta take, I'll take it. But she attempts to like smudge the fire out, just like holding her hand. Just as that solid mode of fire was there, a glob of slime that burns through her hand is also there.
Amazing. So she took 10 damage. Let's see. So you said she has disadvantage on this concentration check? If she was concentrating on something? Okay, cool. Doesn't even matter. She rolled a 6. As you reach out, grab her hand that is holding this flame, you see her concentration is broken. She was concentrating on this mode of flame because she was the only one keeping it stable. And now, unstable. This solid mode of flame, you see as the singular light, almost as if it was like one of those like plastic like candle like flames, begins to shift and warp and heat up and grow and flicker and grow again, and she screams out in pain as the skin on her hand and arm begin to bubble with this necrotic energy that you are writhing through her, and you can feel the flames you can feel the heat of this flame growing hotter and hotter, and you're going to take 2 fire damage from it.
That turns into 4.
That's because you have vulnerability. So that turns into 4 fire damage as this flame explodes out from you, as it coats her body, and you see that like her clothes catch a flame, and she screams in pain as she like falls back trying to pat down her own clothes. And you can see Perlatrix, the vulture, eyes wide in fear, takes flight from the branch above the swamp, and you see leaving just you and this girl as she's patting herself down, trying to get away from the flames, but it seems to be ever encroaching on her. But you yourself are also on fire, as your clothes too have lit a flame, and you can see as she begins to fall back as she begins to fall back towards the other bodies in the flames, and she throws herself into the swamp trying to roll out this flame, but it continues to grow until it is covering her. What is going on through your mind as this fire begins to spread across you?
At some point, not even anxiety, just pure and sheer terror and fear rippling through the body of a child turns into a flat affect, a serious tone, barely any strong expression or emotion. Lavinia is covered in fire, and she is an adult. She is who she is now. And she looks over the bodies. She is her mother captor flown away. She sees herself covered in fire. And there isn't that dissociative haze there. There is a little. But she looks at her hands and says, I can always get a new fear. But we can all have different anchors at different times. And I will not let you take over this family.
And you watch as the body and everything else begin to grow in flames until you can't see the swamp. You can't see the trees. All you can see is fire. And then you begin to see one by one the figures of your companions appearing in this flame. This purple flame. And then the bed. And the young lordling. And Jaya. And the house. Slowly manifesting in this purple flame. And coalescing together as all of you become aware of each other once more. As the fire that once surrounded you coalesces back into the light of the candle. You see the lordling in the bed where Mereletta had touched him in the forehead. And you see eyes wide, mouth agape, a shadow forming, leaving the body, entering the flame of this candle. And then the candle blows out. And then all of a sudden, the lordling gasps, air entering their lungs, and a voice, not the one you heard before, but a different one, new, younger. God, that was terrible. And then passes out.
Jaya, go check on the Lord and Lady.
Yes, at once. Oh goodness! And then like immediately opens the door, rushes out.
I hug Shy like faster and like with more. There's no strength really in her body, but like it's like the most force that you've ever felt on you from her.
Shy is on her knees and she's crying into her hands, and she looks up at you as you're hugging her. And this is the most childlike that you've ever seen her. She's always put on a front. She's always been so stoic and hard. And she melts in your arms.
I imagine Mereletta just like slides off the bed, you know, just kind of like a full, just like butt on the ground, and just does like a big kind of like cleansing breath kind of thing, a lot of like kind of deal, and would gesture for Minnie to just like sit also. So there's a dog in the background of Minnie shot.
There is. Sorry, so you said that you were gesturing me to sit?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, I'm on the floor.
Yeah. Or if you're not already, if you were already on the floor, then she would like awkwardly scoot next to you and everything too. And just like sits next to you and, you know, just kind of like doesn't even make eye contact, but just like sits next to you and then just kind of like does one of those like pats on the thigh kind of thing, you know, when you're sitting straight across, and offers you her teacup. And if you take it, then just kind of does the like tips a head over onto the shoulder.
Yeah, for sure. I take it.
And just trade swigs.
Is it Earl Grey? Like I like it with the vanilla and the lavender in it.
Of course. And then she just stirs it a little bit with her finger again before like ushering it into your hand.
My eyes aren't open, so I can't see it. I'm like, yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, Lavinia, were you about to say something?
Let's get out of here.
Yeah.
As you all are decompressing and like, whew, that was a thing. You hear something from downstairs. We have a problem.
No.
It's not ours.
It's not. You were hired for a job.
We run.
What now?
Yeah. As you all run to the stairs, you see Jaya and the 3 other family members. 4 other family members. From the picture that you've seen, all of the dwarves, and you see Jaya there, being held by one of the parents, with a knife to his throat, and you see as the images of these 4 people begin to fade, and they begin to change and melt and form, and in front of you, in the places where those 4 people should have been, you see, well, individually, each of you see a familiar figure. Mereletta, you see this strange elven man. Shy, you see this halfling older woman. Minnie, you see this human witch of a woman, and and Lavinia, you see the girl in the flames. And they say, and the elven man is the one to speak up. Oh, Pooey, you ruined our fun and our god. Rather annoying, but I suppose we can always find someone else. Another time, perhaps. And, sorry, unless you were about to say something.
Can I do something?
We murder them.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna leap forward and cast the 2nd level branding smite as I bring my glaive down through these.
I'm so glad that all of us were on the same page, because I was gonna be like, Shy just
yeah, then fucking that's the ending. That's the ending shot. Is like
as the 4 of you begin to draw your weapons and cast your magic, the 4 and all of them continue to do the same. That is where we are going to end this session.
We did it.
Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you for helping us raise $275 for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. You all have been absolutely wonderful. Please, let's give a round of applause for our wonderful players here. Nathan, tell the people your name, where they can find you on the internet.
Oh, God. My name is Mereletta. There is no Nathan. I am subsumed by roleplay. I am Nathan. You can find me a lot of places, mostly at the Reckless Attack podcast. We do a weekly show and occasionally interview shows. And it's a good time, and you can find us all on all the social medias, recklessattack.com. What is anything? What is reality? D&D and tabletop games are good and fun. End of thing.
Absolutely. Lexi, where can people find you on the internet?
My name's Lexi, otherwise known as @BlackGirlMage. You can find me being concerning in the game space at Twitter or Twitch on under both of those names. Outside of that, Yeah, we did it.
We made the 300.
300,
We did
baby.
it.
Thank you, chat.
Patron. Oh my gosh.
Which means Make-A-Wish made their 25,000. Let's go.
Hey,
Hell
let's
yes.
Thank
go.
you, every single last one of you.
We love to see it.
We love to see it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Twitter, Twitch, that's it. You know?
Awesome. Stella, where can people find you on the internet?
Hi, I'm Stella Luna on Twitch, Stella Luna TV on all other social media. I just want to say real quick, thank you so much to all my lovely cast members. Thank you, Kendall, for putting this together. Thank you, Kobold Press, and thank you to the Make-A-Wish Foundation for putting all this together to begin with. This has been super, super awesome. Yeah, you can find all of my tabletop stuff over on my Twitter, on my Blue Sky, same handle. I had a really good time. Thank you, Joe, for letting me be your, your little shrimp. You know, I love you. Okay, that's enough. It's your turn.
Shrimp.
Joe, where can people find you?
I'm Josephine at Scary Dog Friend. I've been Lavinia. You can find me in an hour and 15 minutes over on Bad House RPG for Madness Over Manila, where I play Sunny Jew, a caitiff who just jumped out of an eight-story building. And we're going to see what happens with that. You can also find me, in general, I'm a co-producer over at Bad House RPG and Nameless Domain. Over at Nameless Domain, Kendo and I, this Thursday, will be playing Liminal Horror. This show is called Violet Bay. It's a 3-shot that's run by our friend Stray Nerd Boy, Oleander, and it's going to be very fun. Kendo and I will be playing characters who hate each other.
Yes.
So, the exact opposite dynamic of Stella and Joe.
Yes, exactly. And I want everyone to imagine there's another fun cantrip with Kobold Press called Dark Maw, where basically my teeth, it fills my mouth with giant shadow fangs. So you can Violetta, Lavinia's teeth just turns black, and that's her unsheathing a sword.
Love that.
That's really good. That's really good. And I have been your Dungeon Master, Kendrick or Kendo, whichever you prefer. You can find me everywhere on the internet at Kendo Makes Films. You can find my actual play podcast, Tales Yet Told, at Tales Yet Told. If you like horror stuff like this is all I do. So go watch Tales Yet Told. But more importantly, come back tomorrow here at Kobold Press, where we are doing a Kobold chat where we're talking about all things Kobold Press for this week. Yeah, tomorrow, same time that this one started. And depending on time, I think we might even have a guest who will be there tomorrow. Is it Lexi? It is Lexi.
Lexi.
We're going to be talking about this game and then also other Kobold Press stuff. So we will see you all same time, same channel. And don't forget to go out, eat enough food, get enough sleep, drink enough water, and take care of yourself, because self-care is important. Don't forget to
and thank you to all.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our donators.
Thank you, chat. Thank you, donors. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting.
Yes, it has been absolutely wonderful.
I'm so excited.
And we will see you all next time. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.